morning, everyone. Men say 12 seconds. Got you. Pleasant morning again. Please stand. We'll now have the national anthem of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you. You may please sit. Should an algorithm determines who live and die? Should we tolerate a world in which conscious decisions are made about human life are replaced with machine calculations? Are we willing to accept the deployment of weapons that fire themselves, triggered by artificial intelligence software that writes itself? What does this mean for the Caribbean? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Caribbean Conference, the Human Impacts of Autonomous Weapons. Senator, the Honorable Reginald Armour, Senior Counsel, Attorney General, and Minister of Legal Affairs, Trinidad and Tobago. The Honorable Fitzgerald Hines, MP, Minister of National Security, Trinidad and Tobago. Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones, Executive Director, CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security. Her Excellency Maritza Chan Valverde, Ambassador, Permanent Mission of Costa Rica to the United Nations. Sophie Orr, Regional Director for America's International Committee for the Red Cross. Haley Ramsey-Jones, Geneva Director, Soka, Gakkai International Office for Human Affairs. Senator Nigel De Freitas, President of the Senate, Trinidad and Tobago. Senator, the Honorable Renuka Sagrasim Suklal, Minister in the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, Trinidad and Tobago. High Commissioners and Ambassadors present, judges and representatives of the judicial and legal fraternity. Air Vice Marshal Daryl Daniel, Chief of Defense Staff, Trinidad and Tobago, Defense Force. Mistress Ella Christopher, Commissioner of Police, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Professor Clive Landis, Pro Vice Chancellor and Principal, Cahill Campus, University of the West Indies. Dr. Joy St. John, Executive Director, Caribbean Public Health Agency. Commodore Arrington Ricardo Sherlan, Executive Director of the Regional Security System. Other representatives from the Diplomatic Corps, members of the media, other distinguished guests, good evening and welcome again to this important conference. Apologies for saying good evening. We have two conferences happening today, one in the evening, one in the morning. So no sleep yet. So apologies for that. To begin this session, I will now call on our executive director. I will not make a mistake with this one. He's my executive director, my boss. That means I may never get a promotion if I make a mistake. Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones to give us some opening remarks. Sir, you are invited to the podium.
I'll work on your promotion, Calixtus, don't worry. Senator the Honorable Reginald Amor, Senior Counsel and Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The Honorable Fitzgerald Hines, MP, Minister of National Security of Trinidad and Tobago. Her Excellency Maritza Shan Valverde, Ambassador, Permanent Mission of Costa Rica to the United Nations. Ms. Sophie Orr, Regional Director for Americas International Committee of the Red Cross, who I believe is with us virtually this morning. Mrs. Haley Ramsey Jones, namesake, Geneva Director for Soka Gakkai International Office for UN Affairs. Senator Nigel De Freitas, President of the Senate, Trinidad and Tobago. Senator the Honorable Renuka Sangram Singh Suklau, Minister in the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, Trinidad and Tobago. High Commissioners and Ambassadors present. Judges and representative of the Judicial and Legal Fraternity. Air Vice Marshal Darrell Daniel, Chief of Defense Staff of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. Ms. Erla Haywood Christopher, Commissioner of Police, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Professor Clive Landis, Pro Vice Chancellor and Principal of KFL Campus, University of the West Indies. My sister, Dr. Joyce St. John, Executive Director, Caribbean Public Health Agency. My brother, Commodore Arrington Ricardo Sherlin, Executive Director of the Regional Security System. Other members of the Diplomatic Corps, Permanent Secretaries, representatives of national, regional, and international organizations, representatives of civil society and academia, specially invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all good morning. Good morning. It is a pleasure, certainly, to be here to welcome you to the CARICOM conference, dealing with the human impacts of autonomous weapons system. And at the outset, I want to take this opportunity with a heart of gratitude to thank most sincerely the government of Trinidad and Tobago for supporting and collaborating on this effort. Allow me also to acknowledge the political will, leadership, and strong commitment shown by Senator the Honorable Reginald Amor, SC. And I mean that. That's not just gracious platitude, but I mean that in all sincerity, sir. And certainly as well, the Honorable Fitzgerald Hines, Minister of National Security. I'm also genuinely grateful to Stop Killer Robots and Soka Gakkai for partnering with CARICOM IMPACS and for assisting in getting this conference off the ground, for all their work, resources, and support to date. New and rapidly emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence will transform the way we live, work, and play, even the way how we think. According to research done by PricewaterhouseCoopers, the economic opportunities of AI provides are immense and can accelerate the achievement of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Could also contribute, in their estimation, up to $15.7 trillion to the global economy by 2030, more than the current output of China and India combined. These emerging technologies will affect the way we police our communities, the way we secure our borders, and how wars are fought, and will continue to change the nature of armed violence and armed conflict, particularly in the case of autonomous weapon systems, which is what we're here to discuss over the next 2 days. The prospect of weapons that can identify, select, and attack targets without human control raises fundamental legal, ethical, and moral concerns, and also questions the conformity of these weapons with applicable international humanitarian law, international human rights, criminal law, and issues of accountability and responsibility in the event of civilian harm or other unintended consequences. So why are we at CARICOM concerned about autonomous weapon systems? What is absolutely clear to us is that autonomous weapon systems are revolutionizing and changing the global security and defense landscape and represents an urgent priority given the trajectory of weapon development and use in recent and current armed conflicts. You can just look and see what's happening between Russia and Ukraine. AWS will impact every country, every region, and have immense implications for international peace and security. Therefore, there's an urgent opportunity and necessity for citizens, policymakers, and leaders to distinguish between acceptable and unacceptable uses of autonomous weapon systems. Autonomous weapon systems will present a great challenge for our disarmament and non-proliferation efforts in the Caribbean and will transform the dynamics of transnational organized crime, armed violence, terrorism, and armed conflicts. The proliferation of AWS would definitely impact our non-proliferation and armed control agenda in CARICOM states and global peace and security. We know all too well that in globalized world, no country is immune, and in particular, small island development states are disproportionately affected and suffer the most. And we can look at examples to include climate change and the devastating impact of illicit firearms in our communities, which is taking the lives of many of our young citizens. Like the illicit arms trade in the hands of non-state actors, AWS, when diverted, will have much more significant consequences. We therefore have a moral and ethical imperative not to substitute human decisions about life and death with sensors, software, and machine processes. But the decision to take a human life should never be delegated to a machine. Humans should always have meaningful human control over the use of force, specifically in the critical functions of identifying, selecting, and attacking targets. As small countries, we cannot simply allow our fates to be decided by others. It is up to all of us to advance and create the kind of world to which we aspire. I believe that everyone in this room aspires to create a stable, peaceful, prosperous world. Therefore, effective and active participation in fora on autonomous weapon systems is the only way to ensure that our national and regional priorities, and most importantly, our interests, are factored into the global political agenda. Our unique and diverse perspective as small island developing states will add value to the discussions and future normative frameworks on the AWS. In negotiating a legal instrument that advances prohibition and regulations on AWS, our voice, singular, can change the dynamics and lead to different, more inclusive, and more balanced outcomes than if they were not incorporated. And a good example of this, even though that we're small, is the Armed Trade Treaty, in which the majority of the region's positions are reflected in the provisions of the treaty because we stood up and participated in the negotiation process. Therefore, in the face of these concerns, the need for action is indisputable. We need to accelerate our work and engage in multilateral efforts on autonomous weapon systems to build a shared understanding of what action is required to advance our security as a region. We must respond to the call for urgency from the UN Secretary General, the International Committee for the Red Cross, the International Civil Society, as well as concerned robotics, ethicists, military personnel, you name it. But critically important, we must speak with one voice, as I said before, and partner with other states to advance our interests. One of the states we have been working closely with on this important issue is the state of Costa Rica. And I'm honored that Her Excellency Maritza Shan Valverde, Ambassador to the Permanent Mission of Costa Rica to the United Nations, is here with us today to share her tremendous knowledge on this issue. You may recall in February of this year, Costa Rica convened the Latin America and Caribbean Conference on the social and humanitarian impact of autonomous weapon systems and adopted the Berlin Communique, which called for states to collaborate. We will greatly benefit from Costa Rica's experience thus far and the knowledge and experience of Ambassador Valverde. And within the next few months, we will jointly convene at least 2 capacity building workshops with Costa Rica to further advance and elaborate on the critical knowledge and outcome of this workshop. To engage, I soon finish, don't worry. To engage effectively on the issue at the global level, CARICOM member states must be clear about their position on issues relating to autonomous weapon systems, and this must have a multi-sectoral gathering will assess immensely with this objective. The key point in developing an effective and sustainable common position is to ensure that the input of all who might be affected by it and to engage the broadest possible range of stakeholders and interested partners to make sure we are taking into consideration all relevant issues and factors. With us are officials from civil society, industry, knowledge institutions, academia, and other stakeholders possessing the relevant expertise. To this end, therefore, I urge you to agree to a strong CARICOM declaration that advances our regional interests and endorses and support the current urgent pursuit of an internationally legal binding instrument incorporating prohibitions and regulations on AWS. In closing, I also want to mention the ICRC has been an invaluable partner as well, and I thank them for the immeasurable assistance and advice on this issue. I can assure you that CARICOM IMPACS stands ready to support initiatives aimed at effectively addressing concerns raised by autonomous weapon systems in a timely manner and to work constructively with other states to this end, as well as other relevant stakeholders. And with this, I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Executive Director. I have learned never to make any jokes after my Executive Director. He has the pen for my employment, so I won't do that today. So the Executive Director highlighted that autonomous weapons are no longer an issue for tomorrow. It's an urgent priority now. And with that, I would like to invite the Honorable Senator, the Honorable Reginald Amor, Senior Counsel, Attorney General, and Minister of Legal Affairs, Trinidad and Tobago. AG, you are invited.
Thank you, Calixtus. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Trinidad and Tobago. I have to immediately adopt, of course, the protocol which has been declared by Mr. Lieutenant Colonel Jones and, of course, our Master of Ceremonies. But I'd like to particularly pay tribute in acknowledging our head table, and particularly Her Excellency Maritza Chan Valverde, Ambassador, Permanent Mission of Costa Rica, and all other members of the head table. I'd like to welcome in particular as well my fellow Minister of Cabinet, Fitzgerald Hines, Honorable Fitzgerald Hines, and Senator Nigel de Freitas, President of the Senate of Trinidad and Tobago, who is with us this morning. Welcome, Nigel. Ambassadors and other high representatives, all other members of the foreign media, and all members of the judiciary who are here with us today. When I thought of making these opening remarks, I thought that I would spend some time discussing the subjects that we are going to be addressing this morning. But I've had the privilege of listening to the opening remarks of Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones, Executive Director of IMPACS, and I have to pay tribute to a very incisive and on-point opening statement, which focuses us immediately and makes my welcoming remarks that less onerous. And I was reflecting as I listened to Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones that sometimes acronyms do us a disservice. We know the organization of which he is executive director by its acronym IMPACS. But when we pause to reflect on what IMPACS really is named, we understand the very critical importance of this very important regional body, which has been given significant status under our CARICOM treaty. It is the CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security. The acronym IMPACS incorporates all of that. And I think we are very fortunate to have IMPACS hosting this seminar today in Trinidad and Tobago, because we are on the cutting edge of a challenge which we dare not underestimate. A few months ago, ladies and gentlemen, I stood in this very place, advancing a discussion on autonomous weapons systems amongst my CARICOM colleagues, peers, and representatives of academia. I am honored to join you here again today to continue this very important discussion on a very serious and challenging issue. Let us reflect on the journey that has brought us here today. A few short months ago, July 11th and 12th, 2023, we gathered on the workshop to discuss the universalization of the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. At that time, we were sensitized to the benefits and risks posed by artificial intelligence and an autonomous weapons system, as well as the pressing need for an international, legally binding instrument to prohibit and/or regulate the use of autonomous weapons systems. Those discussions birthed an outcome statement calling on our CARICOM representatives, all of whom are with us today and who I welcome, to, among other things, one, to promote collaboration among CARICOM member states to develop a common position on lethal autonomous weapons systems, named by its acronym, ironically, LAWS, L-A-W-S. And two, to collaborate with CARICOM IMPACS to support CARICOM member states to enhance their shared awareness and technical literacy of artificial intelligence and laws. Today, we are taking a further significant step in advancing those two agenda items, with specific focus on the impact of autonomous weapons systems. As Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones has reminded us, the rapid advance of technology has given rise to a new era of global security challenges, one characterized by the deployment of autonomous weapons, which make decisions and carry out actions without human intervention. While these systems offer the potential for increased precision and efficiency in, among other places, armed conflicts, they also pose grave ethical, legal, and humanitarian concerns. This conference is a testament to our region's commitment to addressing those concerns head-on. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in, I hope, robust exchanges and discussions. We will hear from the experts in the field and we'll share insights on the human impact of autonomous weapons systems. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that as these technologies develop, they are used in ways which are consistent with our shared values and principles of human dignity, peace, security, and respect for international humanitarian law. At the previous conference in July, which I attended, separate from our collective undertakings as Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, I undertook then to advance those discussions with the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm very pleased today to say that having approached the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago and apprising them of the outcome of our July conference and discussions, The Cabinet of the Government of Trinidad and Tobago, of which I am proud to be a member, fully approves and supports the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs under my leadership, adopting a leading role in advancing the development of a collective CARICOM position on lethal autonomous weapon systems and advancing negotiations on the subsequent development of and/or accession to an internationally binding agreement and the necessary regulations regarding laws. The Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, Member of Parliament, has authorized me to welcome you all and to say that he fully endorses our efforts in this regard, and I bring his personal greetings. The fact that our Minister of National Security is here with us today, the Honorable Mr. Fitzgerald Hines, is again testimony to the commitment that the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago has made to supporting, encouraging, and leading this discussion, which has been pioneered so effectively by IMPACS. Lieutenant Colonel Jones, we thank you and we encourage you to continue in this regard. As we move forward over the next 2 days, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I should point out that the purpose of this conference is multifaceted, encompassing several critical aspects of the evolving landscape of technological weaponry. Firstly, of course, there's the increasing autonomy in autonomous weapon systems. This is necessary as the rapid advancement of technology has given rise to machines and algorithms capable of independent decision-making and execution of actions, marking a paradigm shift in the nature of armed conflict. Secondly, our conference aims to respond to the significant challenges that autonomous weapon systems pose to global peace, security, and international law. As these systems become more prevalent, and we see, and again, Lieutenant Colonel Jones reminds us of the current reality which is unfolding in Ukraine, Russia today. We must grapple with questions related to their potential abuse, and in particular, the potential for criminal intent misuse, the risk of unintended harm to civilians, and the erosion of accountability for actions taken in conflict. By convening here today and deepening our collaboration and in being robust and honest in our conversations, we seek to chart a course that balances technological progress with ethical considerations, adhering to international norms, ultimately to safeguard our peace and security in our interconnected world. This gathering seeks to incorporate regional perspectives on autonomous weapon systems, acknowledging that the impact of those technologies varies across different parts of the world. By sharing insights and experiences unique to our region, we can develop more comprehensively. Our Caribbean border security is already challenged. We must be proactive in ensuring that we harness our regional cooperation on this issue and encourage international cooperation and acclaim in our shared need, the need which this conference is about, serving as a platform for us to collectively consider taking actions against weapon systems that violate international norms, violate human rights, and threaten our security. Together, we must explore mechanisms for enforcing existing regulations, enhancing transparency, and fostering responsible innovation in the development and deployment of these systems. I am aware that we have already been robust and fruitful discussions have taken place relative to the zero draft statement, which is the intended outcome following our discussions. I encourage all of us here today to continue to openly share our concerns honestly and with transparency, and to discuss the issues and challenges specific to this region as we move forward in these discussions. It is only through this process that we will refine our declaration to reflect our CARICOM values and challenges. As we deliberate over the next 2 days, we will outline the next steps for the future. And of course, it would be remiss of me not to express our deep gratitude to 3 entities in particular whose support and dedication have been instrumental in making this conference a reality. I have already extended my heartfelt thanks, and I repeat, to CARICOM IMPACS. And I continue to applaud the fact of them being a steadfast advocate for regional security and cooperation and their commitment to addressing the pressing issue of autonomous weapon systems. Additionally, I would like to extend our appreciation on the part of the government of Trinidad and Tobago to Stop Killer Robots and Soka Gakkai International, who are here with us today in the person of their representatives at our head table. Your support has allowed us to bring together experts, policymakers, and legal minds from across the region and beyond to engage in meaningful dialogue on this very important subject. I encourage everyone, and I can't say that too often or with more emphasis, to approach this conference with an open mind and a commitment to finding open ground. We may come from different jurisdictions and legal backgrounds, but our shared dedication to upholding the principles of humanity and protecting the welfare of our citizens unites us all. I applaud once again the efforts of Costa Rica and remain committed to continuing to work with Costa Rica. In closing, I want to express my gratitude to all the participants, experts, and organizers who've made this conference possible. Together, we can forge a path towards responsible and ethical governance of autonomous weapon systems, safeguarding the future of humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator, the Honorable Reginald Amor, Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs. The Honorable AG, for short, highlighted the issue of our principles and our values. What are our principles? What are our values as a Caribbean people? That's very important. And what are our principles and values with regard to autonomous weapon system? He also stated that we must move forward as a collective. A collective meaning not just state actors, not just civil society, not just university, not just technocrats, but as a collective, all of us. So this means partnership. And an important partner for us today at this conference is Soka Gakkai, a word all of us have challenges pronouncing. In fact, I got a few calls, I won't mention names, from the head table. How do you pronounce it? So I just say, remember Soka in Trinidad and Tobago, and you're good to go. So it's Soka Gakkai. But Soka Gakkai will also represent at the head table Stop Killer Robot. I would now like to invite Ms. Haley Ramsey-Jones, the Geneva Director of Soka Gakkai International Office for UN Affairs. Ms. Jones, you are invited to the podium.
Thank you very much, Calixtus. I actually recently found out that I've been pronouncing it wrong this whole time. It's Soka Gakkai, as in soccer, not soccer, the football match. So you're not alone. I'd like to, yes, say thank you and hello and welcome, delegates, colleagues and friends. It is my pleasure and my honor to be with you all today in the region that both my parents were born. On behalf of my organization, Soka Gakkai International, and Stop Killer Robots campaign, to which we are a member of, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our fellow partners organizations who we worked with on this, the CARICOM Conference 2023, the human impacts of autonomous weapon systems. So our gratitude and appreciation goes to Lieutenant Colonel Jones, also my namesake, Executive Director, CARICOM IMPACS, for his leadership and steadfast commitment to advancing this issue, and to the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Senator, the Honorable Reginald Amor, Senior Counsellor, for championing this effort, also taking leadership and working in partnership together with us. I'd like to extend our appreciation to my fellow panelists, Minister of National Security, Trinidad and Tobago, Ambassador Permanent Mission of Costa Rica to the United Nations, and the Regional Director for the Americas at the ICRC. We are excited by your work, by your contributions to this urgent issue, and we look forward to working together with you here at this conference and in the future. So both organizations, SGI and Stop Killer Robots, were deeply encouraged by the announcement in February this year that this region wanted to host a regional conference on this urgent issue of autonomous weapon systems. The Caribbean is well known as a champion for disarmament. You have shown political and moral leadership time and time again. So for us as civil society, this conference gives us hope that you'll be able to help shift the stagnation that we have all been witnessing in multilateral discussions on autonomous weapons. The speed in which AI in weapon systems are developing along with their autonomous functions requires nothing less than urgent action and leadership and commitment. As we will hear over the next couple of days, autonomy in weapons is part of a much larger issue around AI and the lack of regulation. There has been a forced distinction that has been encouraged between the uses of AI in civil spaces and the uses of AI in the military space. It is important that we recognize a failure to address AI in a military context will have widespread repercussions for society as a whole. In this conference, we will hear more about that and digital dehumanization, the process whereby humans are reduced to data, which is then used to make decisions and/or take actions that negatively affect our lives. Simply put, digital dehumanization in all its forms deprives people of their dignity. Dehumanizing people to the extent that we allow machines to make life and death decisions is the most extreme form of digital dehumanization. There are so many problems in the world today that are complex and intractable. As a species, we have been grappling with them for decades and even centuries. Poverty, hunger, social injustice, climate change, gun control, nuclear weapons, the list goes on and on. Let us not add autonomous weapon systems onto that list. We have an opportunity now to stop the development of these weapon systems before it becomes too late. Before we have an unstoppable arms race on our hands, before we need to spend the next decades, centuries trying to roll this back. We have the possibility and the responsibility to act now to save numerous lives. We should decide how we want to use technology, knowledge, and the world's resources. It has been said, just because we can make machines that decide whether or not to kill doesn't mean that we should. We have the opportunity to decide that now, but we must make that decision and we must take political action urgently before that decision gets made for us. So I'd like to end as I began, and that is by thanking you for being here, for all of the work that you have already done, and to thank you in advance for the work that we hope that you will do and that we need you to do here and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Haley. The executive director, when he first welcomed us, he spoke to the issue of the benefits of technology, and particularly the benefits of artificial intelligence. And he noted in his speech that by 2030, and I will get that correct because my executive director is there, I cannot say he said something that he didn't say. The world could benefit from $15 trillion in terms of AI, which is bigger than both China economy and India economy combined together. Now, in Haley's speech, she spoke to the issue of dehumanization. And this could be encapsulated. I think each of you has a folder on your desk and you have this beautiful card. On it reads, technology should be used to empower all people, not to reduce us to stereotypes, labels, or just patterns of ones and zeros. Our technologies here will definitely understand that language. Our next speaker will be a video presentation. The ICRC has provided us with numerous advice regarding the issue of autonomous weapons system. I would now like to welcome Sophie Orr, Regional Director for Americas of the International Committee of the Red Cross. Ms. Orr, you are invited.
Your Excellencies, distinguished co-speakers, ladies and gentlemen, a warm thanks to the CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security, IMPACS, the Office of the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, Soka, Gakkai International, and Stop Killer Robots for convening this CARICOM conference, the human impacts of autonomous weapons. The International Committee of the Red Cross, the ICRC, is most encouraged by this gathering of Caribbean states to tackle one of the most pressing humanitarian concerns for the future of armed conflict. Through our work related to conflicts around the world, we see that weapons systems with increasingly autonomous functions are being deployed. Many of today's remote-controlled weapons, armed drones in the air, weaponized robots on the ground, and armed boats or submarines at sea, these could become tomorrow's autonomous weapons. And this could occur just with a software update or a simple change in military doctrine. Over the course of its history, the ICRC has played a significant role in the development of many of the international humanitarian law, IHL, rules, limiting or prohibiting the use of weapons of concern. By drawing the attention of states and the public to the unacceptable effects of certain weapons on combatants and civilians, the ICRC has helped to create the conditions for the development of the law in this area. To give but a few examples, such as when it comes to nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, blinding laser weapons, as well as anti-personnel mines, explosive remnants of war, and cluster munitions. Our work in this area related to the regulation of weapons is always driven by an effects-based approach. This means that we observe the actual, or in the case of new weapons not yet deployed, the foreseeable effects of the use of weapons, both on civilians and combatants. And we raise our concerns when we see particular weapons that raise questions of legal compliance or present other humanitarian risks and ethical challenges. Our assessment is that autonomous weapons have the potential to do just that. The unconstrained use of autonomous weapons risks the loss of control over the use of force. It threatens serious harm for civilians and those no longer fighting. It would also undermine the ability of those fighting to abide by the rules and constraints of international humanitarian law. We don't have to delve too deeply in our experience to realize the harm to civilians caused by weapons whose effects cannot be adequately controlled. In fact, this has been one of the primary humanitarian drivers for prohibitions and restrictions on certain conventional weapons. The Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention is a good example, and that treaty has been universally ratified across CARICOM member states. Autonomous weapons also pose fundamental challenge to our values and to our shared humanity. Ethically, should we tolerate a world in which conscious decisions about human life are replaced with machine calculations? Are we willing to accept the deployment of weapons that fire themselves, triggered by artificial intelligence, software that writes itself? The use of increasingly autonomous weapons in armed conflicts means these questions are no longer academic. they represent an urgent humanitarian priority today, and states must act now to address them through the negotiation of new legally binding international rules on autonomous weapons. In the ICRC's view, these rules should prohibit unpredictable autonomous weapons, where the system's effects cannot be sufficiently understood, predicted, and explained. Equally important is a prohibition of autonomous weapons designed or used to target humans directly. Ethically speaking, anti-personnel autonomous weapons are unacceptable. They simultaneously undermine the human agency of those using force and the human dignity of those it is used against. From a legal perspective, in our view, it is difficult to envisage realistic combat situations where the use of autonomous weapons against persons wouldn't pose a significant risk of violations of international humanitarian law. These two prohibitions will need to be accompanied by strict constraints on the design and use of other autonomous weapons. For example, only using them against clearly defined military objects, such as missiles, tanks, or military aircraft, in situations where civilians are not present, with constraints on geographical scope, duration, and scale of use, while ensuring effective human supervision, timely intervention, and deactivation. So what is needed now is principled political leadership to effectively address these concerns at the international level and craft an effective international response. And here I believe the Caribbean states have a very important role to play. As the ICRC's regional directors for the Americas, I've followed very closely the many developments in the Americas region this year, from the Belém Communiqué to the OIS General Assembly resolution, from the CECA Communiqué to the Parlacen resolution. All these efforts demonstrate commitment and leadership from countries in the region to address the humanitarian, legal, and ethical concerns posed by autonomous weapons. I wish you all the best for this very important conference, for your discussions and decisions, and I urge you to agree a strong regional declaration by Caribbean states to negotiate and adopt a new legally binding instrument on autonomous weapons. And in line with its recognized expertise and humanitarian mandate, the ICRC stands ready to support you as a partner in all efforts to this end. Thank you once again to the organizers of the conference, to the CARICOM states, and in particular to our hosts, the government of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, Director Orr. And thank you for stressing the urgency for action with regard to autonomous weapon system. And thank you for noting the crucial element of leadership, which, as we notice on the table, especially from Trinidad and Tobago, we have the Honorable AG, and we also have the Honorable Minister of National Security here. And with that, I would now like to invite to the podium the Honorable Fitzgerald Hines, MP, Minister of National Security for Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph, for your kind introduction and your capacity as Master of Ceremonies here this morning. Senator, the Honorable Reginald Amor of Senior Counsel, the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Senator, the Honorable Nigel de Freitas, President of the Senate of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Permanent Secretaries of Trinidad and Tobago and the region present here this morning. I recognize all of you regional representatives from across CARICOM gathered here today on this important exercise. Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones, Executive Director of CARICOM IMPACS, Ms. Izumo Nakamitsu, Undersecretary General and High Representative for Disarmament Affairs at the United Nations, Her Excellency Maritza Chan Valverde, Ambassador, the Permanent Mission of Costa Rica to the United Nations, Ms. Mirana Spoljaric, President of the International Committee of the Red Cross, Sophie Orr, Regional Director for the Americas of that ICRC, Haley Ramsey-Jones, Director of Soka Gakkai, International Office for UN Affairs, all High Commissioners present, and I recognize quite easily the UK, Canada, Spain, Australia, the European Union, France, Japan, and I know there are more of you, and you are particularly welcome to hear what we have to say as we try to broaden our position and cause it to be known around the globe as a region. Judges and representatives of the judiciary of Trinidad and Tobago, Air Vice Marshal Daryl Daniel, Chief of Defense Staff of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, and other personnel of the Defense Force, in particular the two members who rendered our national anthem earlier this morning to get us going, Madam Erla Christopher Harewood, the Commissioner of Police of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and all other members of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service present here, Professor Clive Landis, Pro-Vice Chancellor and Principal of the Cave Hill campus of the University of the West Indies, Dr. Joy St. John, Executive Director of Caribbean Public Health Agency, known to us more intimately as CARICOM, Commodore Errington Ricardo Sherland, Executive Director of our Regional Security System, members of the media, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Like the Honorable Attorney General, on behalf of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, it is with more than usual pleasure that I welcome you all, and particularly our representatives from across CARICOM. A special welcome to all of you as our international partners and friends who are here this morning at this meeting, this gathering, to take positions on this business of autonomous weapon systems. History has taught us that most advancements in modern technology have emerged in the sphere of security, sometimes purportedly so. One of the latest progressions in this regard is all that we have been hearing about this morning regarding these autonomous weapon systems. Undoubtedly, this has the potential to be one of the greatest modern day challenges which we, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, like states everywhere, would have to contend. I heard Lieutenant Colonel Jones say that these weapons are dangerous when they are diverted, when there is diversion. Diversion meaning when they get from lawful hands, responsible hands, to supposedly irresponsible hands and used criminally. I consider that these weapons are inherently dangerous. As we would have heard earlier, they are already deployed, already in use. When I first heard about this a few years ago and saw its impact in a conflict zone, I took note, but it has grown in its impact on me as I understand it, as we all do, even better, and is now better able to assess the inherent danger of this weapon system and weapon systems of that ilk. Now, of course, it is clearer to us, as you would have heard this morning, and as you all contemplate, it threatens all of us in very serious ways. Not for the first time, we have encountered this, and there are a couple of examples that easily come to mind. The system of slavery was constructed many centuries ago. It was a system of production. It was constructed for its purpose. It had devastating impact on human beings, particularly its victims coming out of the continent of Africa. And it still bears its effects to this very day. There are many, many, many scars that slavery, though abolished in Trinidad and Tobago in 1838, has left behind. Then, within more recent times, as has been alluded to by a previous speaker from this platform, the business of nuclear technology and the foolish arms race, and that is my opinion, that followed it, and the way it sucked other countries into its very adverse path. And today, though the nations of the world seem to have settled down around it, it still looms large in the psyche of those of us who understand that it is inherently dangerous. Though, of course, we use that particular technology for good reason as well. I am more than pleased that Soka, Gakkai, an international organization standing on the high principle of peace, is represented here today, speaking for all of us, speaking for the CARICOM region, which, as its representative indicated earlier, is and is well known as a zone of peace, this region. And as has been identified by Madam Haley Jones, the CARICOM, small and beautiful as we are and continue to be, we are proud that this region is a zone of peace. And we have had with our little selves to stand up in the world at various fora and assert our aspiration for peace. Up to quite recently, very recently, we had to act accordingly, not for the first time. We understand that despite the novelty and inherent adaptable nature of these systems, weapon systems, the Convention on certain conventional weapons is recognized by governmental authorities and other concerned parties as the treaty which is most appropriately addresses its consequences. Even with its 5 protocols that restrict weapons with non-detectable fragments, landmines, booby traps, incendiary weapons, and laser weapons respectively, the convention establishes a relatively broad, encompassing base and theoretically restricts and prohibits the use of particular types of weapons that are deemed to cause unnecessary suffering to combatants or indiscriminate harm to civilians. I might just tell you in passing that as we grapple with our domestic crime issues in Trinidad and Tobago, we are finding very regularly on crime scenes 7.62 ammunition, the shells. That is a type of ammunition which the United Nations have spoken to within recent years and have been banned for use particularly in civilian environments and even in conflict, war. And just to make the point that once these items, these thoughts are born and become real, they do not easily go away. We are having issues with 7.62 ammunition, which even our military, in keeping with international best practice, no longer makes use of. This convention establishes a group of governmental experts to assess the dangers posed by fully autonomous weapons and to consider possible control mechanisms. Very interesting. Man, we create it. Create the robots, create these systems, and then take all kinds of actions, including our gathering here today, to push them back. I welcome this gathering, and on behalf of the government and the people of Trinidad and Tobago, like the Attorney General speaking on our behalf, assure you, our international friends, partners, and all of our brothers and sisters of the region and the world, that we, Trinidad and Tobago, stand ready to continue to play our part in creating for all of us in this world safer spaces, broadening the zones of peace so that we would remain unperturbed and untroubled by the creation, the deployment, and the adverse consequences of weapons and systems of the nature that we are gathered here today to discuss. Good luck, and I thank you very warmly.
Thank you, Honorable Fitzgerald Hines, Minister of National Security of Trinidad and Tobago. And the minister spoke to why we are here. One of the reasons we are here is to create safe communities, as the minister stated, safer spaces. So whilst we deal with the complexity of autonomous weapon system, the reality is peace, safer spaces where your children, my kids, my executive director, grandchild could run and play. That's one of the main reasons why we are here today. Now, with us today, we have one of the leading diplomats at the United Nations. And not just the leading diplomat of the United Nations, we often refer to you, Ambassador, as the Mia Motley of diplomacy in the Caribbean. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce for our keynote address, Her Excellency Maritza Chan Valverde, who is the Ambassador on Permanent Mission of Costa Rica to the United Nations. Ambassador, you are invited.
I would to honor that compliment. Good morning, everyone. I'm deeply honored and very grateful for the opportunity to participate in this crucial event, the CARICOM Conference on the Humanitarian Impact of Autonomous Weapons. I extend my warm greetings to the Executive Director of CARICOM IMPACS, to the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, to the Geneva Director of Soka Gakkai International Office UN Affairs, to the Regional Director for the Americas from the International Committee of the Red Cross who addressed us via virtually, and to the Minister of National Security of Trinidad and Tobago, and to all the delegations from CARICOM who are here today and participants who travel from many corners of the world to attend this conference. It feels really good to be back in Port Spain. Just a few months ago, in February, the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean gathered in Costa Rica and adopted the Belém Communiqué, which recognizes the social, ethical, security, legal, and humanitarian impact posed by autonomous weapon systems. The Belém Communiqué reflects our shared understanding that allowing unchecked arms race, fueled by the transformative power of technology, is fraught with danger. Recent events like the war in Ukraine underscore the urgency of addressing this issue. For our countries, it is evident that the traditional rules of warfare are changing, and autonomous weapons systems have fundamentally altered the dynamics of warfare. The first regional meeting that my country hosted early this year marked the first step in our journey, one that is critically important for our region and the world as a whole. Costa Rica thus commends the unwavering support and active participation of member states and CARICOM IMPACS and the CARICOM region in this endeavor. It is noteworthy that CARICOM countries, despite having only 4 state parties to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, known as CCW, has shown a profound interest in these vital issues. This demonstrates not only a regional commitment, but also its global significance. As developing countries with many national realities, our region's perspective is highly valuable in the ongoing global debate surrounding autonomous weapon systems. Lethal autonomous weapons can select, engage targets without human intervention, and they pose serious humanitarian, legal, and ethical concerns. We have already heard that. What we not have heard is that such technologies may have a detrimental implications for the maintenance of international peace and security and for the protection of civilians and civilian infrastructure. Unlike other weapons of mass destruction, which were historically the domain of states willing to invest heavily in military and scientific infrastructure, these systems eliminate the prohibitive cost of war and the need for complex structures and large investments. Consequently, they have the potential to circulate freely, unrestricted, and to press more countries into a continuous arms race, leading to greater international instability and rendering the goal of international peace and security unsustainable. And all those resources are the resources that we need to achieve the SDGs, to combat climate change, and to address the many crises that we are facing today. However, the impact of autonomous weapons is not confined to distant lands. It threatens our own very citizens. An unregulated market for these systems exposes our communities to new threats, where non-state actors, including criminal organizations, could easily gain access to these weapons, creating a new dimension of danger beyond the boundaries of traditional armed conflict. This sovereign reality underscores the urgency of our debate, which is of paramount relevance to all states, big and small, especially for the smaller ones in our region. Our quest to the regulation of autonomous weapons have involved many stakeholders, including civil society organizations, academia, and non-governmental organizations. Their involvement is not just important, it's fundamental. And I thank you for always asking us for higher levels of ambition and for raising the bar for member states. Your voices represent the core of our efforts, and working collaboratively with you has been invaluable. I thank you for that. Our work with various institutions has created opportunities to enhance knowledge and awareness of the implications and impact of autonomous weapon systems. Costa Rica has shared some of its experiences at the national level, supported by these indispensable partners. As a result, we have been able to promote national and regional initiatives. At the national level, Costa Rica has led the creation and implementation of a national group of experts working alongside the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to strengthen our national position and launch our national campaign, Technology at the Service of Peace. We have also taken this issue to our Congress, fostering parliamentary engagement to establish a national legal framework. We firmly believe that every effort at the national level is a step toward a better understanding of this issue at the regional level. In line with this vision, a universal regulation of autonomous weapon systems is crucial. Such regulation would create a common baseline for prohibiting weapons that violate international law, especially international humanitarian law. Furthermore, I wish to emphasize the significance of humanitarian disarmament in the new agenda for peace. We cannot speak of a new agenda for peace without including humanitarian disarmament as a fundamental pillar. Given the intricate nature of autonomous weapon systems, prohibitions alone are insufficient. Regulations are needed to ensure the retention of significant control over the entire cycle of these systems. This complementarity between provisions and regulations is central to our approach. Additionally, we must recognize that autonomous weapons' impact extends beyond the context of armed conflict, and thus we must remain vigilant. These weapon technologies are being developed without scrutiny or regulation, and thus without a framework of governance. For this reason, we must address such concerns now and not in the long run, because addressing these threats promptly is not only essential, it is existential. And waiting after implies that it's already too late to prevent the damage and the consequences. The far-reaching consequences beyond conflict zones makes urgent that our regulatory framework must encompass not only international humanitarian law, but also human rights approach, elements from the international criminal law, and above all, the profound respect for human dignity. Our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, has been at the front of our global efforts to address the challenges posed by autonomous weapon systems. We have demonstrated our commitment to international peace and security when we negotiated together the Arms Trade Treaty, and I was the lead negotiator for Costa Rica when that happened. And without you, we couldn't have reached a treaty as strong as the one we had. Nonetheless, the growing, unregulated development, production, sale, transfer, and use of autonomous weapon systems cast a shadow over our achievements. The potential impact of these systems is potentially greater, and we must act decisively. The time, my friends, is now, when we must respond to the call to protect the well-being of our citizens and safeguard peace and security in the Americas and the Caribbean. Costa Rica is committed to continue its joint work with CARICOM, its member states, the United Nations, civil society, academia, the RCSC, Soka Gakkai, the Stop Killer Robber campaign, and our own think tank and branch in Costa Rica, Fundapen, who's here today. as a whole to advance our shared goal of a legally binding instrument that encompasses provisions and regulations grounded in international humanitarian law, human rights, and all these frameworks that will protect human dignity. In this spirit, I salute your efforts to actively engage in these discussions. Together, we can shape a safer and more secure future for our region and the world. Together, we're stronger. Your commitment and engagement is crucial, and I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity you're giving Costa Rica to share its journey with you. And let me finish reading a quote that inspires me every day, and I hope it will inspire you too. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. In fact, it is the only thing that it ever has. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And just to reflect on some of the thoughts of the Ambassador, one of the critical elements she spoke about is that of associative diplomacy, whereby we as a region, we must extend our hands to other regions in terms of having that greater weight internationally. And in many treaty negotiations, which Caribbean states or CARICOM have played an important part. One of the key reasons why they have been successful is through associative diplomacy, in particularly partnering with Costa Rica and other like-minded Latin American countries. So I thank you for that. I also thank you, Ambassador, for noting the issue of international human rights law and elements of international criminal law, not just international humanitarian law, which is mostly spoken to in terms of this issue. So thank you for highlighting that. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have been tweeting. Okay, sorry, X, is it Xing? I know you have to do your tweets or your X. So please tweet on X, hashtag CARICOM AWS, okay? So Dr. St. John, are you tweeting? Thank you, Dr. St. John. Dr. St. John, I just want to recognize Dr. St. John. She is the executive director of CAFA, and she played a tremendous role, in particularly during COVID-19, and is actually playing an important role now. So now, ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude, I would like to invite the head table to stand in front of the screen. Okay, so we're going to have a photo of the head table. So we'll have some photos of the head table. So I'd now like to invite you to stand in front of the screen. You go, nah. Yeah. No, we're there. We have many coordinators. That's why it's not happening right now. So you know, or they say too many cooks in the there. So, all right. In the meantime, please, as stated earlier, hashtag CARICOM Impact. Also, this conference is being broadcast live on YouTube also. So thank you for this. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, distinguished delegates, I'd like to thank you for this meeting today in terms of our opening ceremony. All ambassadors present, High Commissioner, thank you for your presence. We'll now conclude the opening ceremony. So thank you. We will resume this meeting. Let me check my clock. It's 10:25. In 10 more minutes, because we are behind time, 10:35. Is that okay for everyone? Okay. So we'll resume it at 10:35. So thank you, each and every one of you. And have those, there are refreshments at the back. So please, you could get your refreshment and you could take your refreshment back to your table because we are a few minutes behind time and we need to make up the time. So thank you, everyone.
I have the unenviable task of getting us back on track. And this morning session, before the lunch break, is due to end at, let's see now. Yes, 12:45. So I'm going to do my best to ensure that your lunch is not late. But of course, you need to work with me. Okay. So coming up, we've got a video animation on autonomous weapon system, followed by panel discussions, one of which will be online. And then we're going to check for questions and answers. So as soon as persons are settled down, we can begin and cue the video. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And now at this time, we would have a short video animation on what are autonomous weapons systems.
Autonomous weapons explained. International discussions on autonomy in weapons systems are underway. But as technology rapidly develops, legal safeguards are not in place. Developments are happening on land, at sea, and in the air. Despite the diversity and complexity of systems, it is the functionality of the weapon, rather than form, that poses the threat. Using sensors and calculations, it is a machine that determines where and when an attack should occur. A machine does not perceive the world as people do. It relies only on reductionist data. In a simple form, we have seen this in the landmine, where if the sensor detects a certain pressure, it detonates with no concept or care for what or who triggers an explosion. New, more complex weapons might use multiple sensors analyzing heat, shape, and motion to determine if something is a target, but they cannot understand or evaluate the whole picture in human terms, and they cannot take legal or moral responsibility for their actions. Machines are tools for achieving human goals, and people must be held responsible for their use. International discussions on autonomous weapons need to address two key problems. How do we maintain human control? And can we accept machines deciding to kill people? Human control requires a user to adequately understand how a system will function in the context where it will be used. This means understanding the system itself, how it works, and setting boundaries as to where and when it will operate. Understanding how the system functions. What will trigger the system to apply force? Might it attack an ambulance when it was supposed to attack a tank? Could it attack a fishing boat instead of a frigate? Although AI can calculate solutions to complex problems, it can make it harder for the user to understand how the system works. For example, if machine learning systems can change their own parameters and programming after activation, human control and moral responsibility cannot be maintained. Without this, we can't apply the rules that are intended to protect civilians in conflict. Limiting space and time. Over a wider area and a longer period of time, the context gets more unpredictable. There might be more objects that could falsely trigger an attack, or civilians and protected buildings next to an intended target. As time passes, the circumstances will change. Programming systems to process people as targets for death or injury by a machine reduces us to mere data points. Deliberately or accidentally, it risks discriminatory profiling based on indicators of gender, age, skin color, or other factors. We become patterns without context. We become objects. While autonomy could have some advantages, there are many risks. We must not lose human accountability and human dignity. How we engage with autonomous weapons as a society will shape our relationship with technology, AI, and automated decisions for years to come. We have an opportunity to create international law that safeguards meaningful human control and counters digital dehumanization.
Okay, thank you. And that segues very nicely into our panel, and please allow me to introduce them. This session will provide, as described, background to what autonomous weapons are and the risks and challenges they pose to peace, security, and humanitarian protections. We will also be introduced to some foundational issues looking specifically at those aspects of AI and autonomous weapons that affect us from a social, humanitarian, legal, ethical, technical, and security perspectives. So allow me to introduce our speakers for this panel. We have first the legal advisor for International Committee of the Red Cross, Mr. Brady Maybe. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Maybe, okay, thank you, sir. Then we have Campaign Outreach Manager for Stop Killer Robots, Ms. Isabel Jones. And last but not least, well, Regional Crime and Security Strategy Coordinator from CARICOM IMPACS, the gentleman who was making so many segues about his promotion early on today, Mr. Calixtus Joseph. And we'll be joined online precisely at 11:20 by the Ambassador of Antigua and Barbuda to the United States and the Organization of American States, a commentary from His Excellency Sir Ronald Sanders. So ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I would now invite our first panelist to engage us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you as well to CARICOM IMPACS, to the government of Trinidad and Tobago, to Stop Killer Robots, and Soka Gakkai International. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be here and to speak to all of you. So I want to spend a few minutes, oh dear. I want to spend a few minutes really diving more into this question of what is an autonomous weapons system. The video that we just saw explained it quite clearly, but I think that there's more room to understand it. So I'll first speak to this question of what are autonomous weapon systems. I'll dive into what are the challenges that autonomous weapon systems raise from a humanitarian perspective, from an ethical perspective, and from a legal perspective. So to begin with, what is an autonomous weapon system? We have several different examples here, ranging from autonomous drones to, as you see before you, landmines. Landmines maybe aren't typically thought of as an autonomous weapon system. They're not AI driven, but you know, they are triggered autonomously. They're placed and then they go off by themselves. So the definition that we as the ICRC work under is that autonomous weapon systems are weapons that, after initial activation, select and apply force to targets without human intervention. So they're triggered by their environment based on a target profile, which are technical indicators used as a generalized representation of a target, not directed at a specific pre-identified target. The definition is not based on the sophistication of the technology. So it does include, of course, AI and machine learning controlled autonomous weapon systems, but not only, so it does include more basic systems like landmines. The key characteristic that joins all of these together is that the user of an autonomous weapon system does not choose a specific target or the precise place or time that force is applied. So this really is the primary source of the humanitarian concerns that we have. So just to dive into a couple of these examples, we can see air defense systems with autonomous modes that are used aboard warships or military bases for defense. So to strike incoming missiles, rockets, mortars. These are targets that are identified autonomously based on their trajectory, based on their speed, etc. We can see active protection weapons used on tanks to strike incoming munitions as well. There are, as Sophie Orr, the regional director for the Americas for the ICRC mentioned, many current armed drones, remote controlled weapon systems, they are not currently autonomous weapon systems because they're controlled by a human from afar. But many of them do have the hardware to become autonomous weapon systems quite quickly, actually. They just don't, it would be a matter of a software update to make them fully autonomous. Some of them are already sort of offered with this in mind. So the point here is that the scope of these weapons is quite vast. I wanted to spend just a minute on asking why states might choose to develop and use autonomous weapons. Autonomous weapons could offer increased speed in targeting. If an autonomous weapon can detect that, say, a rocket munition is coming towards a military base, it may be able to identify that and strike it more quickly than a human could. Automated area denial, meaning anything within a protected area, say a military base, anything that's not of a, doesn't have the right profile would be struck. States may choose to use autonomous weapons in comms denied environments, which is, for example, where typically a remote controlled drone would be used, but instead there's comms blockages. The remote operators are not able to communicate with the drones in real time. And so they may choose to send autonomous weapons instead so that they can make their own decisions and then come back into a communications range. And then operating in numbers. So think of swarms of drones, for example, smaller systems that operate in a coordinated way that would be very difficult for a human to control themselves. Some may consider that autonomous weapons offer increased precision over a human operator. I want to just question that a little bit because as we were talking about earlier, autonomous weapons do not strike at a pre-identified target. They have a target profile, and so anything that matches that profile could be a target for attack, regardless of whether a human operator would see the whole picture and identify it as a target there. So the challenges that we see with autonomous weapon systems, a lot of it comes down, we'll break it down a bit, but at the end of the day, the risks are due to the loss of human control and judgment in the use of force. So when we're looking at the humanitarian concerns, there's a degree of unpredictability that's inherent in the use of autonomous weapon systems. As these weapons, as their use increases in scope, the unpredictability itself increases. So we're talking about when autonomous weapons are used against a wider range of targets or over longer durations or in broader areas, in more complex environments like a city, for example, as compared to a bare battlefield. And more unpredictability means more risk to civilians. we're also seeing what some have called the black box challenge, that as artificial intelligence controls autonomous weapons, it makes it extremely difficult for humans to understand their decisions before or after the effect. So they can't be predicted, they can't be explained afterwards, and that poses some real concerns if an autonomous weapons system strikes a target and then no human, no programmer or commander is able to explain why that happened. Distinction is one of the key concerns in international humanitarian law, in the humanitarian field generally. The distinction between military objectives and civilians and civilian objects. Distinction is notoriously difficult. It's very contextual, and a human is considering all sorts of factors when deciding whether a target is a military objective and can be subject to attack, or whether it's protected, whether it's a civilian object or a civilian person. So it makes it very difficult to standardize a target profile beforehand to be able to capture all of the possible variables, that could make a target possible. So getting into the ethical concerns, it really boils down to most people agree that it is wrong to substitute human decisions about life and death for machines, to let machines decide who lives and dies. Furthermore, human agency protects the possibility of humanity and human dignity on the battlefield or in armed conflict, or more generally, in fact. There may be situations of restraint where targeting a person or an object may be lawful under the rules of armed conflict, but where a human makes the decision not to strike. They think that human dignity, humanity, some sense of fraternity means that a strike is not the best option there, and a machine would not have that capability. Human agency preserves the possibility of morally responsible decision-making with recognition of the human dignity of all those affected, whether they are combatants or civilians. And then I'll get into a bit of the legal concerns here, but I'll focus more on that in a later panel. We'll get into some of the very specific legal concerns, but I wanted to touch on it here as well. There are some fundamental principles of international humanitarian law, which of course applies only in armed conflicts. So that's the situations that I'm focusing on here, but others will speak more broadly. But in international humanitarian law, distinction and the prohibition against indiscriminate attacks are just some of the fundamental principles. So it's prohibited to launch an attack that will be indiscriminate, so that will not be able to distinguish between lawful targets, military objectives, and those that are not. Those attacks with just wide area effects. And so for us, that would include those attacks that are by autonomous weapon systems that are unpredictable, the ones where a human can't say either beforehand or after the fact why the weapon struck when it did or where it did. We cannot understand these weapon systems to be able to discriminate if we can't understand how they are working. And distinction as well. I mentioned it as a humanitarian concern, but it's fundamentally as well a legal concern. If a weapon does not distinguish between a civilian and a combatant, between a protected civilian object and a military objective. There are real legal concerns for us that the armed forces deploying those weapons are violating international humanitarian law. We'll get into the accountability question a bit later in the afternoon panel, but I think I will leave it there and turn it over to my my co-panelists from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brady, and we were really pleased that you took us through the primer, as we described it, for some of those issues. Our next speaker, Ms. Isabella Jones, I know is also cooperating with us, and we look forward to your presentation, a bit shortened, but knowing that we're going to be hitting all the key points. Ms. Jones, thank you.
Thank you so much. I will endeavor to shorten my presentation to the time before Ambassador Sanders will be joining us, but if not, maybe I'll steal a little bit of time afterwards as well. I'd like to just open by saying, following the remarks from my colleague Haley Ramsey Jones on the opening session, that Stop Killer Robots is incredibly grateful to CARICOM IMPACS and the Office of the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago for their leadership and commitment in convening this conference and the opportunity for us to partner with them to bring this initiative to life. Very excited for the opportunity to speak on this panel, and my presentation, following on from Brady's remarks, will speak to some of the main questions, risks, and challenges pertaining to the issue of autonomous weapon systems and what we as a Stop Killer Robots campaign see as the necessary international response. So before going any further, a quick introduction to Stop Killer Robots and our campaign for those of you who are not familiar. The campaign to stop killer robots was launched in 2013 by a group of civil society organizations who were concerned by increasing evidence of autonomy in weapon systems. Following the model of other humanitarian disarmament campaigns, which reframed disarmament issues from issues primarily of state security to ones of human security, the Stop Killer Robots campaign is structured as a broad coalition of civil society organizations and academic partners working together to call for regulation on the issue of autonomous weapons. We now operate globally with more than 230 member organizations in over 70 countries, including here in the Caribbean. Our membership continues to grow every day, and we campaign at the national, regional, and international level. Together, we work to prevent digital dehumanization, to promote peace, justice, human rights, equality, and respect for the law. Ultimately, what we are working towards is a world that rejects the automation of killing and instead promotes the principle of human control over the emerging technologies that affect our lives, our livelihoods, and our relationships with each other. Our Stop Killer Robot campaign specifically works to ensure meaningful human control in the use of force, and our campaign calls for new international law on autonomy in weapon systems. And in that, we are not alone. Beyond our members, we also view the Stop Killer Robots movement as all of the determined activists and academics, international organizations, faith communities, tech leaders, youth, student groups, political leaders, government representatives, and other who are all working together to build a society in which technology is developed and used to promote those fundamental rights and freedoms and not to automate killing. And this call is supported by many in the international community. Currently, the call for a legally binding instrument on autonomous weapons is supported by 91 states. And if you would like to peruse a detailed monitor of states' positions, you can do so at the link on the slide there, automated decision. automatedresearch.org/state-positions. These state positions are tracked on the basis of national and group statements related to autonomous weapons, primarily at the CCW, the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, and its GGE, but also within the UN General Assembly and other governmental meetings. Recently, as set out in our Common Agenda report and in a new agenda for peace, the United Nations Secretary General called on states to establish internationally agreed limits and a legally binding instrument on autonomous weapons systems, comprising both prohibitions and regulations. Several UN special mandate holders, and there is a long list of special rapporteurs, but for time, I won't go through them all, have also raised concerns about the human rights risks raised by autonomous weapon systems. Last year in 2022, a resolution was adopted by consensus in the Human Rights Council on the human rights implications of new and emerging technologies in the military domain. And while this resolution wasn't specifically limited to autonomous weapon systems, it definitely was a positive step in promoting safeguards against the legal, ethical, and security risks posed by these weapons, and recognizing the challenges that are raised to human accountability and responsibility, and the imperative for humans to remain central in the use of force. As we've heard, the ICRC also recommends that states adopt new legally binding rules on autonomous weapon systems. 26 Nobel Peace Laureates have also made this call, and thousands of scientists, tech workers, and leaders in robotics technology and artificial intelligence have also raised concerns about the risks posed by weaponizing autonomous technologies. Just to wrap up in terms of the region that we're in here today, the 2021 UNESCO Caribbean AI Policy Roadmap also acknowledged that the weaponization of AI raises ethical issues and identifies the militarization of AI weapons technology with lethal capability and liability issues with automated decision-making in law enforcement as a challenge. So this conference is very timely and building upon a wider AI strategy that the region is developing. Ultimately, of course, it is up to states to make their voices heard in favor of developing a normative response to autonomous weapon systems and to demonstrate commitment to beginning negotiations on a legally binding instrument. But these shared global concerns over the risks posed by autonomy and weapons, I believe, show that civil society and other stakeholders in the international community stand ready to support yourselves and other member states to take leadership in this effort. So getting into some of the central issues, Brady already laid out a kind of definitional summary of autonomous weapons, but in the view of Stop Killer Robots, we see weapon systems increasingly designed and being used to or being built to use computer programming and sensors to select targets over wider areas of space and longer periods of time. In our view, autonomous weapons are systems that select and engage or apply force to targets without human intervention. And a specific application of force is triggered in response to information from the environment received through those sensors and on the basis of a generalized target profile, as Brady explained. They might use multiple sensors. So for example, analyzing heat or shape or movement to determine if something or someone is a target. And in these systems, once they're activated or turned on, there is a period of time where the system can attack a target without additional human approval. So that means the specific target to be attacked and the exact time and place of the attack are decided by the processing of sensor data rather than direct human command. Ultimately, this means that the human operator does not decide specifically when, where, or against what force is applied. And for us, it means getting closer to machines making decisions over whom to kill, aka killer robots. There we go. So this diagram just provides a kind of overview of that process of decision-making which takes place in envelope, so to speak, of time and space without human engagement. So the sensors produce data on the external environment and complex and context. There is then a process of calculation, which determines actions based on the sensor data. And then ultimately force is applied at a specific time and place if a certain calculation condition or conditions are met. Our concerns primarily are based in the sense that this means a loss of meaningful human control over the use of force, a loss of context-based assessment and understanding of what is happening in an attack, and how international humanitarian law or international human rights law applies. We believe that in order to ensure meaningful human control, a human user must be able to adequately understand how a system will function in the context it will be used and to predict the effects of the attack on the target and its surroundings. Noting here that understanding the system does not mean an in-depth technical knowledge of every single aspect of the software and hardware of a weapon, but rather understanding what will trigger the system to apply force. The effects of the attack need to be in line with the human user's intent. And after an attack takes place, the human user should understand and be able to explain why certain actions were taken. And this is required under existing provisions of international humanitarian law. Ultimately, machines cannot take legal or moral responsibility for their actions. And as we saw in the animation, we see this boiling down to really two problems. First of all, a problem of control. So how do we understand the technology and the context to achieve predictability of outcomes? And how do we maintain human control over the use of force? And secondly, a problem of dehumanization. The moral and ethical obligations and whether we can accept machines deciding to kill people. So this conference, considering the human impacts of autonomous weapons, I really viewed that or was inspired by the conference title in two ways, thinking about how autonomous weapons will impact humanity as a whole, but also how those effects will be felt and experienced by individuals. To summarize some of our concerns in the area of ethics, law, security, and the protection of civilians, we see autonomous weapons as really changing the relationship between people and technology. And by handing life and death decisions over to machines, we are inherently moving towards that process of digital dehumanization. Machines do not see the world as people do. They rely on reductionist data. They disempower, disconnect, and dislocate humans in the use of force. They raise fundamental ethical, moral, legal, security, and technical concerns. And by diminishing the control of human operators, autonomous weapon systems undermine accountability and responsibility in conflict and raise concerns over compliance with existing IHL principles, as Brady mentioned, of proportionality, distinction, precaution, and the prohibition of indiscriminate attacks. In addition, the use of autonomous weapons beyond armed conflict, for example, in border control or policing, would undermine international human rights law and freedoms, including the right to freedom of assembly, the right to privacy, and the right to life and dignity. I'm going to pause there because I understand that our virtual speaker will be joining.
Thank you very much, Isabel. And we're now going to hear online from His Excellency Sir Ronald Saunders, the Ambassador of Antigua and Barbuda to the United States and the Organization of American States.
Well, thank you very much. I've got to start by correcting a common error, which is the pronunciation of my name. I frequently have to tell people, why do you put a U between me and you? There is no U in my name. I'm not Saunders, I'm Sanders. Having got that little issue out of the way, let me thank you all very much for the opportunity to speak with such a distinguished audience about autonomous weapons and the challenges they pose to the global community and the threats that they specifically present to our small Caribbean states. You've just heard a description of autonomous weapons and the risks they pose, both to the security of a nation and the safety of individuals, if these weapons fall into the hands of criminal elements. I underscore that they are weapon systems that can identify, target, and eliminate a person, a group of persons, or an area without human intervention. Unlike remotely piloted drones of other systems that require a human to make the final decision to engage a target, autonomous weapons can carry out these functions on their own once they are activated. Hence the discussion on the ethical aspects of this matter, which you've just been hearing. But why should the Caribbean region be alarmed at this phenomenon? Well, there are several reasons. Our communities are already under stress due to increasing crime and violence. The violent crime and homicides to which illegal firearms now contribute would escalate exponentially if autonomous weapons were to fall into the hands of criminals. Can you imagine the impact of autonomous weapons being added to the arsenal of weapons that are now deployed in criminal activity? Consider for a moment a drone, meticulously programmed with facial recognition technology and set to target an individual. It scans, it identifies, and it eliminates a target, all while operating undetected. Now, while drones capture significant attention, we must not forget that autonomous weapons are diverse, including covert city devices and lethal robots. Now, we should not delude ourselves for a moment into thinking that these weapons will solely be instruments of chaos. They can be very precise, targeting key figures such as political leaders, judges, law enforcement officers, or anyone who opposes those who benefit from drug trafficking, corruption, or other criminal activity. Beyond individuals, our critical infrastructure could be at risk, including energy facilities that provide electricity to towns and cities, to ports, and to water supplies. Those of you who've been watching the news of what's been happening in Russia and Ukraine will see that the Russians are now using what is called kamikaze drones. Drones that are designed to blow up an area while killing themselves at the same time. But what those drones have been doing in Ukraine, for instance, is that it has been eliminating forests into which Ukrainian troops have been running to hide from overhead drones that cannot see through the forest. So the answer is kamikaze drones, blow up the forest, no place for them to run to. Therefore, the drones can pick them off from the sky. I just mentioned this, that's wartime drones, but drones can be used, if in the wrong hands, for the same activity. Now, Caribbean states would be extremely vulnerable to these weapons. Combating the influx of such technologically advanced weapons requires sophisticated infrastructure, training, and intelligence networks, assets that all of you know are scarce in our small states. Our inter-island connectivity, while being our strength, also accentuates our vulnerabilities. Our borders are vast stretches of open sea, posing substantial challenges. Policing these expanses for inter-island trafficking, especially for high-tech, compact autonomous weaponry, is a daunting task. Those who are involved right now in going after drug traffickers on the coasts of our countries know precisely what I am talking about in terms of how difficult it is. Moreover, our states would be burdened with increased costs. For instance, law enforcement agencies would need to be revamped, counterterrorism units established, and intelligence networks enhanced. The cost of that on a national basis would be enormous. It would be even prohibitive on a regional basis, but at least on a regional basis, we would be better able to do it than if we were trying to do it nationally. Let us hope it doesn't come to that. The global landscape of this issue is complex, but it is mostly unhelpful. There is an increasing chorus within the international community advocating for a robust treaty to govern these autonomous weapons. Prominent international figures, including the Pope and UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, have voiced their concerns. Also, the scientists' call to ban autonomous legal robots serves as a stark reminder that knowledgeable and scientific persons are deeply concerned about the consequences of leaving decision-making in lethal situations to a machine. Now, last October, in the first committee of the 77th United Nations General Assembly, a joint statement was issued drawing attention to the grave concerns about lethal autonomous weapon systems. And if I may, I'd like to read a portion of what that statement said. It was this: the introduction of new technological applications, such as those related to autonomy in weapon systems, also raised serious concerns from humanitarian, legal, security, technological, and ethical perspectives. We therefore see an urgent need for the international community to further their understanding and address these risks and challenges by adopting appropriate rules and measures such as principles, good practices, limitations, and constraints. And just a few weeks ago, on July the 20th, under the theme of a new agenda for peace, the UN Secretary General recommended that all countries should, and I'm quoting him, conclude by 2026 a legally binding instrument to prohibit lethal autonomous weapon systems that function without human control or oversight. Now, all of that sounds promising. And I reference the Costa Rica proactive efforts in galvanizing nations to address this issue, as was evident from the address you would have heard today by Ambassador Maritza Chan Valverde. But the call for international cooperation, while being a crucial step, has not been very successful. Not all countries in the international community support prohibition or even strict rules governing the use of autonomous weapons. Indeed, a few powerful governments, which are already extensively using drones in conflict areas and for targeting enemies, are resisting any binding treaties. One of the sponsors of today's event, the Stop Killer Robots movement, has pointed out that at the final meeting of this year's discussions at the group of governmental experts meeting on autonomous weapons, which happened from the 15th to the 19th of May, ended without substantive progress. Big countries that see some benefit for them in these weapons are restricting rules. These nations are investing heavily in military applications of autonomous weapons, weaving them into the fabric of their defense strategies. They argue that these weapons can reduce human casualties in conflict and be more precise in targeting. The question we must ask is at what moral and societal cost? And how long before these weapons find their way into the wrong hands, unchecked and unregulated? While international negotiations are grinding slowly, the Caribbean cannot afford the luxury of waiting. Our vulnerabilities are immediate and they are tangible. Our interconnected islands, while a source of strength and shared identity, present unique challenges in this context. Our vast maritime borders are conduits for trafficking, and the introduction of autonomous weapons into this mix is a nightmare scenario. Given the high stakes, Caribbean nations need not and should not wait for global consensus. Our unity can be our strength. A regional approach where Caribbean nations come together to enact stringent legislation, can set a powerful precedent. Let me therefore offer 4 ideas for collective regional action. First, one of the immediate steps should be the introduction of laws strictly banning the importation of autonomous weapons. By ensuring they do not enter our shores, we minimize the immediate threat. Second, because it will happen, those found breaching these laws should face severe repercussions, from very heavy fines to very lengthy prison sentences. The message should be clear. The Caribbean will not tolerate the proliferation of these weapons. Third, beyond possession and trafficking, the actual use of such weapons should carry even more substantial penalties, potentially maximum terms. We have to show that we are serious. This deterrence will underscore the gravity of the act. And fourth, with the United Nations General Assembly returning in October 2023, just a month away, Caribbean states have an opportunity to take leadership in pushing for meaningful progress toward a new legally binding instrument. Every Caribbean leader at the General Assembly should include this call in their national statements. Also, with the same vigor that small states at the United Nations and elsewhere fight against the existential threat of climate change, they should fight against the fatal threat of our police forces being overwhelmed by criminals armed with autonomous weapons. To conclude, the Caribbean region, with its unique vulnerabilities, stands at a crossroads. Our states can be proactive, adapting our laws and bolstering our defenses, or we can risk being overwhelmed. I urge that we choose the path of foresight and action, ensuring that our region remains an area of safety, security, and prosperity. Our law enforcement and security forces will be in the forefront of contending with the devastating impact that autonomous weapons could have on Caribbean societies. They cannot do that job without legislation, regulation, and adjudication. Therefore, our collective task is to encourage all our governments to act, and to act very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for spending that time with us this morning and pointing out why we should be concerned about autonomous weapons and for making that critical link between the operations of transnational organized criminals and the way that we conduct business. Thank you for also pointing out the challenges that our police and protective forces will face if this is left unchecked. And I'm certain that your advocacy for international cooperation has been recognized, and you've certainly given the member states present here today a lot to discuss as they determine what they want to do to chart their future moving forward. So again, we thank you for your contribution.
Thank you.
And with that, I hand back over to Isabel to wrap us up on some of the other points that she was making, specifically, her focus being the importance of human accountability and humans remaining central in the use of force.
Thank you. And I promise I won't extend my presentation too much further. But I did want to highlight a couple of key concerns in a little more detail that the Stop Killer Robots campaign holds in relation to autonomous weapon systems. So first is the question of human dignity. In the remarks in the opening panel made by Haley from Soka, Gakkai International, we heard that digital dehumanization is the process whereby humans are reduced to data, which is then used to make decisions and or take actions that negatively impact their lives. The potential of automated harm arising from autonomous weapons includes injury or death. So in our view, this puts autonomous weapons at the severe end of the spectrum of digital dehumanization. And we see this issue as particularly acute when considering the targeting of humans with autonomous weapons. In this case, it would mean that humans would be reduced to proxy indicators of physical patterns or physical features or patterns of behavior in order to build that target profile. These proxy indicators are an abstract representation of what a human is or what an individual is. For example, weight or heat signature. They do not reflect the complexity of human life and behavior or motivation or intent. The proxy indicators would be determined and detected by sensors and matched to target profiles to trigger an application of force. This process would inherently reduce human beings to data points. As I said, a machine does not see or decide in the same way that humans do. This process would be a purely mathematical calculation based on data inputs and a predetermined formula to apply a force. The value that we place on human life, on human dignity, would be removed in this process. And the process of digitizing humans and their behavior into a target profile entails that reductionist and dehumanizing effect. We can also raise concerns about how autonomous weapons are trained on data sets and how those data models or training models are related to questions of privacy and surveillance, what images or other data points have been used to train systems in autonomous weapons, have subjects in that training data consented to the use, how does kind of massive scoping of data to train these systems further undermine human dignity when potentially the people or the places that are impacted in those data sets are not even aware of that use. The issues related to digital dehumanization raise moral objections regarding autonomous weapons, both on civilians and combatants. And I wanted to stress that because there are also legal concerns that are raised about the ability of autonomous weapons to apply the IHL principle of distinction as Brady introduced, and also raises an issue of fixing identities that should remain changeable in law. So we have questions about whether a machine would be able to accurately distinguish between a combatant and a civilian, but there are also more complex examples of that. What about a combatant and someone who is hors de combat, or a civilian and a civilian who is actively participating in hostilities? So the increasing complexity and the complexity of the operating environment, the dynamic environment of conflict, means that it would be impossible to train systems on the infinite amount of possibilities that it might come up against, which again inherently reduces scenarios into predetermined target profiles, which contributes to the process of dehumanization and undermines human dignity. In the question of data and how it's used in training autonomous weapons, we also come up against concerns about specific racial or gender bias or bias related to other protected categories. Because autonomous weapon systems rely on the processing of data from sensors to apply force, the use of that data can lead to systematic prejudice based on racial, gender, other algorithmic biases that permeate artificial intelligence systems. And we already see the impacts of that in the civil sphere in terms of the use of artificial intelligence in the processing of data in policing, in criminal sentencing, and access to education and healthcare, housing, and employment. And what we've also seen is that impact often is on historically marginalized populations, and those populations are disproportionately harmed in the automation of decision making. So to wrap that all up, autonomous weapons, we have a concern, could both be used to develop or to target and use force against people of a particular demographic, but also that the inherent biases in the technology could augment existing inequalities. I won't go into accountability because I think Brady raised some of those questions and we will get into them in more detail in a session later today. But I did want to briefly touch on proliferation and escalation concerns as mentioned by Ambassador Sanders in his remarks. There we go. Without any form of regulation, it is likely that autonomous weapon systems will proliferate globally. The development of technology, as we'll hear in the next session, is outpacing current diplomatic discussions. Although it's perhaps tempting to think of these issues as futuristic, with images of the Terminator and sci-fi depictions of killer robots, there are in fact increasing reports of systems with autonomous functionality and capability being used in current conflicts. So this is very much, as Ambassador Chan said in her opening remarks, an issue for right now. Some experts suggest that because autonomous weapons don't require costly or hard to obtain raw materials, they could be cheap to mass produce and could be possible to fabricate them using open source AI and civilian devices such as recreational drones. Although new international law on autonomous weapon systems might not prevent all use by non-state actors, it can create guardrails and obstacles to the development and export of autonomous weapon systems from states to non-state actors, and shape the way that non-state actors consider using these technologies. I'll finish just by summarizing very quickly the Stop Killer Robots campaign's call for a legally binding instrument to respond to these risks and challenges. We believe that a legally binding instrument should include both prohibitions and regulations, that certain types of weapon systems should be prohibited, and those would be autonomous weapon systems that target people and autonomous weapon systems that necessarily cannot be meaningfully controlled. But in addition to those prohibitions, we also feel there is a need for a broad scope of regulations. So if not in the prohibited category, then all autonomous weapon systems should be subject to regulations or positive obligations to ensure meaningful human control. And this can be done by regulations on the types of targets, on temporal and spatial limits, so how long an autonomous weapon can operate and what geographic space it can operate, the environmental context, and of course, the level of human and machine interaction that is required throughout the critical functions of the use of force. We believe that this form of a framework should be legally binding, and that this is because the moral standing and the standing of these concerns in relation to existing law sets them at a level where their general and binding adoption is most appropriate. A legal framework will also be the most durable response, and it would provide legal certainty for the development and use of autonomous weapon systems now and in the future. So a broad scope and a legal instrument would future-proof in a way to quick and emerging developments in technologies. And of course, the central provisions of the treaty would need to be augmented with other rules relating to system development, weapon review process, as well as general obligations in order to bring these rules into effect at the national level. I'll finish there, but thank you so much and look forward to the continued discussion throughout today.
Thank you very much, Isabel. And we will now have the pleasure of hearing from Mr. Calixtus Joseph.
Thank you, Sherwin. Thank you very much. Could I have the slides up, please? In the meantime, I would like to, okay, thank you very much. Yes, so Ronald Sanders Sherwin, noted that we cannot afford the luxury of waiting. And that's critical. The greatest writer who ever lived, which is from St. Lucia, Sir Derek Walcott, also stated that the future happens no matter how much we scream. So this actually encapsulates what Sir Ronald Sanders stated. We cannot afford the luxury of waiting. Urgent action is needed because of that fatal threat of autonomous weapon system. Now, my presentation will try to encapsulate everything that have been stated this morning, but I do not have much time to do that. So I will try my best. Firstly, what I would want to say is that I do not want anyone leaving this conference to think of artificial intelligence as the worst thing created. That's not what we are stating. So I want that premise. With regard to artificial intelligence is solving some of life's greatest challenges. And it could be a means for sustainable development. We often speak of the issue of sustainable development goals. And many of those sustainable development goals could be reached by the use of artificial intelligence. In fact, if we have to think about many companies these days, in fact, most companies in the world right now use artificial intelligence. Therefore, artificial intelligence is here to stay. That's critical. So understand that. Now, we are thinking about using artificial intelligence for good. And in many cases, we do, and we could use artificial for good, as stated earlier. In fact, the Internet of Things devices such as video doorbells, and we have voice assistants, they are helping the justice system a lot. And I think I noticed in the audience, the Honorable Madam Justice Morin from this Caribbean Court of Justice. I'd like to recognize you at your day. Thank you for coming here. So not just in law, but in many other fields, whether it is in health, whether it is in security, whether it is in agriculture, artificial intelligence is helping us. Now, more recently, one of the key issues that I think two of our speakers spoke about is the issue of data and data error. Now, let's think about this scenario in terms of prejudice in data. Many studies have shown that even large companies such as IBM, Microsoft, the errors in data for dark-skinned persons are double or even much more than that than for white-skinned persons. So why is that? Reason being, much of the data set is trained on white men, and the error is even greater also for women also. Now, think about artificial intelligence. Think about autonomous weapon system, which uses sensor data. So here, I see showing here. And I have a drone flying over showing. But it said, oh, I want to assassinate Rufus, which is seated over there. However, Sherwin and Rufus look so alike, and because of the error of data, because of dark skin, it might make a mistake. So those are some of the issues which we are speaking about today, in terms of the potential bias in AI police data, but also think about issues such as autonomous weapon system. So guess what? It will amplify the historical bias and prejudice we have. Do you want that as citizens? Now, AI is a double-edged sword. We stated about all the good for AI, so hence that's why we are speaking about responsible use of artificial intelligence. We often hear about issues such as deepfake and how, for instance, I might see a video tonight of my executive director on the news saying something here that he did not say. And the executive director will be questioning himself, but that's my voice. Because of artificial intelligence will ensure that the voice sounds like him. So those are some of the challenges that we have in terms of artificial intelligence. Now, the key question most of our commentators have spoken to today is the issue of, do we want to delegate the kill decision to machines? Do you want a machine to make that decision of who live and die? Think about when sensor data watch any one of you. It's not seen showing. What it's seeing is 0 + 1 and those things, like data points. That's what it's seeing, data points. Do you want to be a data point? So those are some of the critical issues we are speaking to. Now, proponents of autonomous weapon systems state that it improves situation awareness. And yes, also, ours are better suited to missions that expose humans to potential harmful radiological materials and explosive ordnance disposal. Now think about it. Are ours all bad? What are we asking for? We're asking for a two-tier. What are we going to prohibit, but what are we going to regulate? Think about an area whereby you need to rescue someone, and there is some chemical weapons or something there. Perhaps you might have to use autonomous weapons or something to go and get that person there. So those are some of the issues we are discussing. Now, think about security and defense. With artificial intelligence, it has advanced in technology, and also it has helped to drive changes in how future conflicts and wars will happen. The reality is the future is here already. How wars are fought have changed remarkably. Also, how law enforcement is done in many parts of the world has changed. So those are critical issues we have to think about. So it's the present now we have to look at. There is an urgency in terms of moving forward. So why should we be concerned? Many reasons. Firstly, the discourse on autonomous weapon system is predominantly within the framework of international humanitarian law. One of the reasons for that is the forum is in terms of where it is situated. It is situated in a forum called the CCW, Convention of Certain Weapons. And this forum is mainly based on the Geneva Protocol, Law of War, Conflict Issue Protocol, and those protocols. So in terms of the discussion there, the parameters of that discussion is within that realm. What's important to us? What's important to us, especially in this region, are issues of international human rights, issues of policing, issues of law enforcement, issues of international criminal law. Those are fundamental issues for us. Regrettably, those issues are hardly part of the discussion. Hence, we need to make our voice heard in terms of those issues. So that's why it's paramount that Caribbean states have their voice heard. We do not want in the future for their laws and normative rules to be created globally, and then it does not benefit us, and then we feel the repercussions of those norms. Think about the lessons in climate change. Think about the effects of small arms and light weapons, or what we call firearms in this region. Do we manufacture those? No. Guess what? We are feeling the greatest ripple effect of that. Not just persons being killed, but in terms of our national budget, in terms of your safety, in terms of you running, in terms of the playground. So those are some of the issues we are looking at. And our speakers spoke to the issues of autonomous weapons falling into the hands of criminals, gangs, terrorists, and cartels. Think about that. The challenge is AI is a dual use good. How do we regulate in terms of a dual use product? So those are some of the challenges. However, we have many lessons in terms of international law, whereby we have the issues such as nuclear weapons in terms of what you use uranium for. We have issues of chemical weapons treaty. So there are many frameworks out there, I would say, to borrow from in terms of moving forward. So questions, what happens if there is a global proliferation of us? and Senator Ronald Sanders and other speakers address this. How will us transform the dynamics of transnational organized crime, gangs, and armed violence? What is the future of law enforcement? The future of law enforcement is here already. In fact, this is from Dubai, whereby we have robots in malls, policing malls. That is what we have now. We are not thinking of a far-fetched thing in the future. So the critical question, and we have many legal minds there, and maybe justice when you are adjudicating on in the Caribbean Court of Justice, a critical question I guess you'll have to write about is who is culpable if an AI robot makes the wrong decision and hurts someone in a criminal situation? Key question. So some key issues and food for thought, which my fellow panelists spoke to. Issues of ethics, issues of legality. What are the operational risks? What are issues of definition of us, especially international framework? You might have heard the definition in terms of stop killer robot. You've heard the definition in terms of the ICRC. And different states perhaps use different definition. And sometimes definition could say, okay, I agree with regulation. For instance, China has stated they agree with a framework on autonomous weapon system. But guess what? How do they define autonomous weapon system? Is it within a narrow framework or is it within a broad framework? So those are some of the issues moving forward. The issues of a global arms race. And when we have this global arms race, those weapons find themselves in developing country. As stated, think of country A. Should we develop an autonomous weapon system? Country A again asks itself, do our enemies have autonomous weapon systems? Country A again will ask itself, so I'm advising country A, and those are the questions the Prime Minister would ask me. Are they concerned about the negative implications of autonomous weapons? Guess what? Could us give us an advantage over our enemies? Hence, you see why there is an arms race, because artificial intelligence, autonomous weapon system will give countries an advantage over their enemy. And can we afford to fall behind? No country in the global environment wants to fall behind. So those are some of the challenges we are looking at. Now, we spoke about the number of countries in the Caribbean that are part of the Convention on Certain Weapons, where this is discussed. Only 4 countries in the region are high state parties to the convention. We call on states here to accede to the convention, as in the outcome document of the July meeting, which CARICOM IMPACS and the Office of the Attorney General and the UNODA convened. Also, moving forward, apologies for me rushing. We are trying to make up time, and that was my job to try to make up some time so that we are not late. Moving forward, what can we do? Actively support international standard on autonomous weapon system. It's critical that we intensify CARICOM's participation in the Convention of Certain Weapons, but in other related fora, as we did in Costa Rica. We enhance this shared awareness and technical literacy of AI and us. And that's why we have those multi-sectorial persons here. We have persons from university, we have computer scientists here. We have persons from civil society, especially working on issues of advocacy. We have persons from law enforcement. So bringing in all those skill sets makes us better and will be more informed in terms of our decisions moving forward. IMPACS, CARICOM IMPACS has working assiduously also in terms of enhancing the technical literacy and awareness of the issue of AI and autonomous weapons system. In fact, for the last, I would say 2 or 3 months, we've had many webinars, many workshops on artificial intelligence. In fact, on Friday, we'll be actually having a workshop for leaders in the Caribbean in terms of law enforcement, from managers and leaders up in terms of artificial intelligence. So we are trying our best in terms of pushing this agenda and assisting member states as requested in the outcome document of July. It's critical also for us to develop a CARICOM common position. As reflected and as stated and expressed by Ambassador Chan in a statement this morning, Our voice is huge when we come together, and that's critical, and that's important. So having that common statement, but also how could we work with other progressive states, including Latin America, Costa Rica, and us are working really closely together in terms of that one voice. So not just a CARICOM voice, but a hemispheric voice and other countries such as the Pacific states and African states, which we could work together in terms of pushing that global agenda. And hopefully at the end of this meeting, we hope to adopt a CARICOM declaration on us. I know you have been participating a lot, and thank you so much in terms of your participation and your inputs on that document. A CARICOM declaration on us. And the Honorable Attorney General, which is not there, his role after we are adopted for this meeting will be to take it to his Prime Minister, so the Prime Minister will take it for the other CARICOM heads of government, hopefully for adoption at the February meeting. So that's the plan moving forward. So states to consider joining the CCW and its protocols. So sorry and apologies again for rushing this presentation, but thank you for your listening ear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Calixtus, for cooperating. And I don't think it was rushed. I thought that was very comprehensive. In fact, I thought the entire panel did quite a good job of introducing us to what autonomous weapon systems are all about, some of the challenges and some of the actions that we can take to mitigate the harm that they pose. So could we all give them a round of applause for being such a fantastic panel? So small housekeeping, we are going to forego the question and answer session that is scheduled for now, again, because of the time. But if after the other panel is through and there is time just before lunch, we will accept questions covering both panels. Also, you are free to send any questions, any concerns you may have through to Calixtus, through CARICOM IMPACS, as well as the panelists are going to be making themselves available for questions during the natural networking sessions that follow. So thank you very much for your attention during this time. And we will now be moving into increasing autonomy in weapons system, which will be moderated by Dr. Craig Ramlal, who I invite to come up as the panel changes. So another round of applause to them, please. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming out. So in this session, we will explore the increasing use of autonomy and automated decision-making in weapon systems and society. We will examine weapon systems that are currently in development or already in use, and the potential security and proliferation risks associated with autonomous weapons. The international community has been discussing these issues at the United Nations for almost 8 years now, with the Convention of Certain Conventional Weapons in Geneva serving as one of the focal points. However, the question remains whether the diplomatic process examining possible options for regulation of weapon autonomy is keeping pace with rapid advancements in technology. So I am happy to say that, at least for our context in the Caribbean, we are taking steps to mitigate that risk head on with these challenges. To start us off, looking at, the increasing effects of autonomy in these weapon systems and how they will impact our world, we have a representative from the International Committee for Robot Arms Control. ICRAC is an international committee of experts in robotics technology, artificial intelligence, robot ethics, international relations, international security, arms control, international humanitarian law, human rights law, and public campaigns, so quite a lot. They are concerned about the pressing dangers that military robots pose to peace and international security and to civilians in war. Joining us now from ICRAC is Laura Nolan, who has been a software engineer for the past 15 years. Laura is an advocate for responsible use of technology and has founded Tech Won't Build It Dublin, an organization for technology workers who are concerned about the ethical implications of the industry. Please join me in welcoming Laura Nolan.
Hello, good afternoon or good morning where you are. I'm sorry I can't be here with you in person. I'm calling you here from Ireland, where I live. So I'll get right into it. So when I was asked to join this panel, I was asked to use some of the few minutes at the start to discuss some of the fundamental questions in this area around the technology. So how does software actually make decisions, or does software make decisions? To talk about some of the brittleness of machine learning approaches and some of the risks that autonomy specifically brings in technology systems and in systems that combine humans and technology. So I'll start with talking a little bit about how software makes decisions. And so first off, I'm going to say that a lot of philosophers will tell you that software doesn't really make decisions in the same way that people do. You or me as a person, we make a decision and we're aware that we can do one or more possible courses of action. Like, we know that we're kind of at a decision point, right? You take into account all of your previous experience and knowledge and everything that you know about this particular situation that you're in, and you can construct quite complex chains of reasoning. And you're thinking about two or more potential sort of futures where you make one or the other of these two decisions. And you can deal with uncertainty and risk in that process. Computers are different because what they're doing is they're executing predetermined courses of action. And they can be very complex, but they're still predetermined by some programmer, someone like me. And that programmer built their software to deal with as many potential kinds of inputs and kinds of situations that they can foresee. But inevitably, you cannot foresee absolutely every situation that your software might be faced with. So the other thing as well is that computer systems, software systems tend to be limited in the kinds of inputs that they can deal with. So if I build software, I can have it consider maybe visual input, oral input, but maybe there's a smell that's important in this particular scenario, or maybe as a human being, one of my colleagues told me something 10 minutes ago that has a bearing on this decision that the software knows nothing about. So software is typically working in an environment that's more information poor than what humans can deal with, particularly in a complex world where situations are very fluid and very changeable. And the other thing as well is that once you make a set of assumptions, when you build a piece of software, those assumptions can't easily be modified. Some programmer, again, someone like me, has to go along and rebuild that software to behave in a different way. And that can, depending on the complexity of the software, that could take some minutes to potentially days or even weeks or years, depending on what your processes are for testing and releasing new software. And when we're talking about life-critical software like military software, you would hope that would be a pretty long process, because testing would need to be very, very extensive with this kind of technology. But that does mean that you're also going to be dealing with technology that is in some ways outdated. So there's a paradox there that's very hard to unravel between thoroughness of testing changes to software and how up-to-date that software is for whatever the most current situations are. So there's a philosopher and a cognitive scientist called Brian Cantwell-Smith, and he has a really good way of talking about humans versus computer reasoning. So he says that computers do reckoning, and that's a manipulation of symbols or representations. And the system that is doing the reckoning doesn't have any understanding of what that means in the real world. Conversely, he says that there's what human beings have is judgment, which while we may also sometimes manipulate symbols, but we understand what those symbols actually relate to in the real world. And that's a different thing, because if you don't understand that the symbols you're manipulating mean something in the broader real world, the physical world, you don't have any way of sort of checking the reasonableness of your assumptions. Whereas people do. People do know that things mean things in the real world. And because of that, they can reason and they can find errors. So I'll give an example. Probably many of you will have heard of Stanislav Petrov. In 1983, he was on duty in the Soviet Air Defense Force Command Center. And he got a notification that said that nuclear missiles had been fired towards the USSR. And he looked at this and he said that it was probably an error, because there was only a very small number of missiles that were showing up on his screens. And a real attack would have been a lot of missiles. So his systems malfunctioned, but his ability to do judgment rather than reckoning, well, it was a very good thing for the planet on that day. He displayed this, what Cantwell Smith would call this commitment to the integrity of the world. Anyways, Cantwell Smith thinks that there's a gulf between reckoning and judgment, which is unbridgeable. It's not about more data. It's just about this simple and fundamental lack of a sort of a real world model of the symbols that you're manipulating. And I agree with him. There's a second sort of perceptual problem. So computers can't do judgment. They can only do reasoning, and their perception is fundamentally flawed as well. You probably all heard of machine learning. Machine learning involves building mathematical models. You take in a large set of training data. You build a model, which is basically a set of equations parameterized with some number values. And what you do is you take your training data, you extract things called features, which are just some numeric representation of that training data. So for a photo, it might be a histogram describing the color profile of that photo. You put that feature in to your randomly initialized weights that you just flipped coins for at the start of your model building process. And you go through this iterative process of trying to move those weights around in such a way that your model gives the outputs that you want for that labeled training data set. And that's all it is. And we use machine learning for classification problems, maybe recommendations, a few things like that. So if you are, on the internet and you are using some fancy machine learning tool to find cat photos on the internet, someone has trained a machine learning model to go off and classify whether photos have got cats in them or not. And at a much more serious level, this is the same technology that's being used in emerging military weapons like Turkey's Kargu loitering munition, which is a small drone, which can basically fly around and do facial recognition on people. So it's designed for doing human targeting. Machine learning-based perception is brittle. For example, there's been a lot of research on this in driving situations, because autonomous driving has been this, this huge area of interest and economic interest for machine learning for the past decade or more. And even today, cars sometimes confuse pictures of people on buses or trucks with pedestrians on the road. And that's a perceptual brittleness error that real human beings tend not to make, or if you make it, you correct it quite quickly. Another example of that would be all the self-driving cars who have mistaken the side of a white truck across the road for a horizon and driven straight into it. The roads are pretty simple environments compared to conflict. If you're trying to build artificial intelligence to drive a car, you have you have a well-defined problem. You want to get from A to B. You want to not hit anything. Roads have rules and signposts and traffic lights, and most drivers are collaborating with you, and they're not trying to drive into you, even though sometimes it may feel that way. There's huge funding. There's unlimited access to the real road network for training. And years into this, experts are now thinking, and a lot of the CEOs even of the self-driving car companies are saying that it may be impossible to have a self-driving car that can drive by itself unsupervised in normal road conditions. Whereas think about the military context. Targeting is hugely complicated. It's not as well defined a problem as drive from A to B. I mean, military experts themselves say that targeting is one of the most challenging parts of modern warfare. Your adversaries are trying to fool you and make your systems do the wrong things, unlike on the roads. There isn't the level of funding that there has been for self-driving cars. There's almost no training data available, and you don't have access to authentic battle environments or conflict environments to do testing. I think it's an impossible problem to do well. There's a bunch of other risks that are brought in, not just by the machine learning aspects of things, but just by the fact that these systems will be autonomous. Autonomous means that they will act without direct human commands to act at any given moment. Years of research in human factors, particularly with cockpit automation with pilots, have shown that there are certain difficulties in interactions between human beings and autonomous systems. There's a phenomenon called automation surprise, which is where humans are surprised by some action that the software takes. Very complex software that has a lot of different programmable parameters and different modes of operation is particularly prone to surprise its operators. And I think that any military autonomous software would have to be very complex and have a lot of modes. Because when you think about it, there's such a wide variety of different kinds of situations that it might be in terms of, city or rural. There's a lot of different kinds of targets that it might want to be programmed to attack. Could be, tanks, could be military vehicles, could be dual-use targets, although obviously we think that's terrible. And then there's could be different rules of engagement at any particular point in time as well. And all of these would need different modes and to be programmed in. And this is exactly the kinds of scenario that we have seen to be very problematic in other contexts. There is a human factors researcher called David Woods. He talks about a phenomenon that he calls Doyle's catch, which is that software is good enough that it's very easy to build a prototype system to demonstrate basically any kind of behavior that you want, as long as you are in test conditions that are planned and that are sort of ideal and controlled. So you go out and you build this prototype and you demonstrate it in a test environment. But 99% of the work is still ahead of you, because dealing with that complexity of the real world is where the real work is. So I really fear that we're in this situation where it's very easy to build these very impressive prototypes for planned scenarios for test environments, but that the real world will show that these systems are not fit for use and not safe. Not safe for one's own military, not safe for civilians, not safe for anybody who may be in their area of operation. So I don't think that there's any systematic or automatable way to differentiate combatants from civilians or to responsibly build an autonomous weapon. I think I'll stop there because I've talked about everything that I was asked to talk about, and I want to leave some time for other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura. I think one of the key takeaways there would be the automation surprise. I think it's very important that we realize that these systems don't reason as humans reason. We cogitate, meaning we sit and we think about what's going to happen. These things are networks that it just, the information comes in and comes back out easily. Now, on that note, I would like to introduce someone who we have been having a conversation about the research and how can we think about where the research could be regulated and go by. So we have a member from the IEEE Standards Association Research Group on issues of autonomy and AI for defense systems. The IEEE SA has convened a group of experts to discuss and document challenges in the development, use, and governance of autonomous weapon systems. The group aims to create a knowledge base of best practices based on AWS-related principles and evolving technological advancements and international norms and regulations. Joining us now is Ariel Khan, who is a project lead in the research group. Her work covers a range of fields, including lethal autonomous weapons, AI, safety, AI policy, nuclear weapons, biotechnology, and climate change. Please welcome Ariel Khan.
Thank you. I am so honored to be here and talking with you all today. And thank you, as everyone else, thank you to the CARICOM event, IMPACS, the Office of the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, Soka, Gakkai, and the campaign to stop killer robots. I am very excited to be here to talk with you about this life cycle framework that we've been putting together to try to better understand and address the ethical, technical, and governance challenges of autonomous weapon systems. Does it move? So just a real quick point of clarification, although this work that I'm talking about is under the umbrella of the IEEE Standards Association, I am here representing myself and only myself, not the IEEE, not the other committee members who have helped work on this, and definitely not the organizations that the other committee members are part of. So I want to take a little bit of a step back. We started doing a lot of this work back in 2020, and we started with a very small group of experts to consider the principles that had been developed so far, specifically out of the CCW GGE, but also with other general military AI uses. And we wanted to use the IEEE, which is a technical organization, to consider what the technical challenges are in implementing these ethical principles. And so this group got together and we put together the ethical and technical challenges in the development, use, and governance of autonomous weapon systems. This is a document that I'm happy to share if anyone is interested. In this document, the group defined 10 categories of challenges that we believe need to be addressed for autonomous weapon systems that are either in development now or that we expect in the next 5 years, 5 to 10 years. And that was a key thing for us. We wanted to ground the challenges and the discussions and the realities of today's challenges before we start considering futuristic technologies. And so we're looking, additionally, we're looking at AI and autonomous capabilities quite broadly, and not just the controversial lethal capabilities. So, for example, developing a self-driving medical vehicle that can travel across a battlefield requires addressing the same technical challenges as a self-driving weaponized vehicle. And so within these 10 categories, we identified over 60 individual challenges. I believe it was 66. Most of these are technical issues, though we did also identify a few ethical and legal challenges that we believe need to be addressed. The group hoped that the challenges document would be a first step in identifying best practices to address some of these technical challenges and to recognize when and why addressing other challenges may be more difficult and might possibly require new regulations. So with that done, we brought together a larger group of experts and we formed three subcommittees. We looked at the challenges through the lenses of assurance and safety, human-machine teaming, and law policy and ethics. And one of the things that I'm really excited about with both this original group and then the bigger group that we've been working with is that we really tried to get a broad range of perspectives. So we have, people from US military who support the development of autonomous weapon systems, and we have people who are strongly advocating for a full ban on autonomous weapon systems. And we wanted to try to identify where there's agreement and how we can start addressing these in a meaningful way, these issues in a meaningful way. So one of the biggest challenges that we have, and this has come up a little bit, is this idea of defining autonomous weapon systems. Just in general, language is a challenging problem. I personally am of the opinion that we're trying to define these too broadly. And I think that's one of the reasons that we have these issues with some of the most common phrases either being poorly defined or having, people are disagreeing on how we're defining them. And that includes, autonomous weapons, human control, but also just autonomous and artificial intelligence. And even, the term lethal can get complicated, which is disturbing, I suppose. So one of the things that we're trying to do is, instead of defining these phrases, we want to look more specifically at capabilities. So there are some autonomous capabilities in weapons and defense systems that are relatively uncontroversial. These include things like navigation, logistical assistance, and even autonomous driving. But there's other capabilities that are highly contentious, and it's these capabilities that we want to try to flag and better understand from a legal perspective, and how to address those. And that includes, some of what we've been talking about earlier with weapons that can identify targets and apply force without human intervention. So the second challenge that came from that original document that I want to flag here is enabling effective human control. This was technically just one of the 10 categories of challenges, but it is the only challenge that had sub-challenges. It had 6 sub-challenges, and it takes up a third of our document. So the issue of human control is a really big issue that everyone agrees is a problem. The quote on the slide references human responsibility for decisions. And one of the things that I've heard a lot is this idea that, of course, humans will be involved and responsible. But when you actually start looking at these systems, it's a really, really complex and complicated issue to try to determine who is responsible and how. And this turned out to be the primary focus of the next stage of the work that we'll be publishing shortly with this life cycle. And so the second group of experts that we brought together determined that 2 primary issues that arose in the challenges document, although were not necessarily explicitly stated, are that although we think of autonomous weapon systems as acting autonomously, a majority of the challenges, even the technical challenges for autonomous systems, are very human oriented. And so we need to try to wrap our heads around how to address those. And then additionally, a majority of the challenges are not one-off problems to be solved. This isn't something that can just be fixed in development or fixed with regulation or fixed possibly with regulation, I don't know. But they need to be addressed multiple times as these systems are considered, as they're developed, as they're procured, as they're deployed. And so that sort of gave us the basis for developing this life cycle framework. And we started off thinking about it in terms of what are the primary human decision-making nodes that are most important to be considering from the very first ideas about an autonomous weapon system through its deployment and even onto its retirement. So you don't have to read everything on this slide. I want to talk a little bit about an issue that came up quite a bit while we were working on this project. So what we wanted to do was develop an example scenario that we could use to work backwards through the life cycle framework to understand what's happening at each of the stages. And before I get to that, one of the things that we see happen is we tend to say, what happens if an autonomous weapon system does this? Who will be held responsible? What happens next? What are the legal ramifications? And one of the things that we wanted to try to figure out is how can we identify these problems well in advance and address them either before the system is developed or before it's deployed. So, we had this very diverse group of people from different backgrounds who have been looking at issues around autonomy and weapon systems for quite a long time. And we all agreed that to consider this framework, we wanted a very simple scenario. We didn't want to consider, the possibility of civilians. We didn't, I don't remember some of the other things, but we wanted to keep it as basic as possible so that we could at least understand the framework, and then you could build onto that once we understand the life cycle framework. And yet even that simple little, there's like 4 sentences here that we ended up working with. It took us a few months of back and forth to get agreement, because what we found would happen were military experts would come in and say, this is what we would like an autonomous system to do in this situation. And the roboticist would say, that is physically impossible. There's no way you can build something that can do this. And so the military experts and the roboticists would work together. They would develop something that was physically possible and that military thought would be useful. And our legal experts would look at it and explain why it was in violation of IHL. And then our legal experts would say, but if you make these modifications, then this would be in violation of, or this would satisfy IHL. And the military experts would explain why it was no longer useful to them. And the roboticists would explain why it was still technically impossible to develop this. And so what we had were all of these people who are experts in this space still not really understanding the technical limitations that exist today, the legal requirements, and how these systems will actually be used in battles, in a battlefield. And then the other thing that happened that I thought was really interesting was we hosted a couple of workshops to consider this example scenario. These were small. There, it was, I think, about 20 to 30 people total. But again, these are people who have been thinking about these issues for quite a long time. And one of the, basic questions we asked was, does this example scenario seem realistic? And about half of the participants would say yes. About a quarter of the participants would say that the example scenario was irrelevant because a similar technology already existed and had been deployed. And the other quarter of the participants would suggest that the example scenario was unrealistic because the technology was too advanced and no government would ever build or deploy such a thing. And so this again just sort of highlights these challenges that we're facing in trying to even talk about these types of weapon systems. So we did end up using that scenario. It was good enough for the purposes of identifying where major human decision-making nodes are taking place. I think I mentioned this, but this has not been published yet. So, there's still a chance that things might change a little bit, but I don't think they will. We've defined 9-ish stages of the life cycle. We have before autonomous weapon systems development, and this is sort of 2 parts. There's the international discussions that are happening now. That's the general governance stage. And then there's also the decision to start working on a specific autonomous weapon system. And then all of the life cycle stages after that are after an autonomous weapon system someone's decided to develop it. So we have research and development, procurement and acquisition, testing, evaluation, verification, and validation, considering the human, which again, this is a really complicated stage. I'll mention this in a minute, but we don't consider it a single stage. And it isn't just about training the human user or making sure that they're well educated. It's also about designing systems with the human user in mind. And then we also have political and strategic considerations, operation level command and control, tactical employment, and reuse and retire. And I'll keep going. So we also defined 5 activities that we believe need to be considered at all stages of the life cycle. These are the evaluation of legal, ethical, and policy concerns. That must happen at every stage. It can't just happen beforehand, and it can't just happen after a system has done whatever it's done. We need responsibility and knowledge transfer. So that means someone needs to be defined as the responsible person at each stage. That responsibility needs to be transferred over to the next stage. And all of the knowledge that's accumulated at each stage also needs to be transferred so that by the time you get to someone who's actually using a system, if a system has been deemed acceptable, they understand the real limitations and the real capabilities that the system has. And then again, there's considering the human. That must happen at each stage. Monitoring, updates and maintenance will have to occur regularly. And with those, you need more TEBV. And then risk assessments need to happen regularly as well. And I wanted to, so that's sort of very roughly what we've been working on. And I would love to chat more about it because there's a lot more that we've been doing and I don't have enough time to get through it. But I wanted to talk about proliferation, which isn't necessarily something that we worked on specifically. But it is, I didn't mention this earlier, but the 10th category of our initial challenges document references proliferation as one of the biggest challenges to be addressed with this technology. And while our group was looking specifically at militaries developing and using the systems, and we were looking at a very specific example scenario, I think the life cycle framework gives us a really good opportunity to prevent and minimize proliferation early on. So one of the things that I was actually surprised by this, nearly everyone in our group agreed that it would be helpful and possibly should be required to go back and review existing weapon systems to better clarify why autonomous capabilities have been deemed okay so far, and perhaps even consider if maybe they shouldn't have been deemed okay. And if we do that, we can begin to consider if there are already problems with the pipeline and life cycle for some weapon systems that exist today. And we can better, by doing that, we can then better identify how to prevent more advanced weaponry from being easily proliferated later. And then I would also love to see an example scenario where we work backwards to understand how proliferation can occur at each stage. This would help provide a better understanding of what needs to happen at each stage to prevent weapons proliferation. And it could also provide ideas for how to develop new regulations or guidelines that can help us ensure that systems are designed from the start with the intention of minimizing proliferation risks. That can be something that is incorporated into design. We can try to ensure that weapons are not procured by military in the first place if there is reason to believe that they could easily fall into the hands of non-state actors. Like maybe that is something that we can say is a requirement of autonomous weapon systems to be, if they're going to be used by military, there must be means of assurance. And then if a system is developed and the military decides that it is not something that they want to use, what is in place to ensure that those prototypes aren't later developed or proliferated? And then I don't list it here, but retirement of the system is also another point where I believe we need to take extra care to make sure that systems aren't proliferated after a military decides it's done using it. So if anyone wants to run through such an activity, please let me know. I would definitely be interested in doing something like that. And I think that's everything for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think, you know, for the ones who attended the informal session, I think that the common language was a key point there. How can we encapsulate what we need to encapsulate, but be specific enough so that we actually bring about what we are trying to keep and future-proof, you know, some of the things that we have in here. You know, I think one of the major points that you pointed at was that prevention is better than the cure. So if you can regulate, at least at the research and development level, it becomes much better on instead of, you know, trying to block these things on in the technology once it's developed. Okay, moving on to the next person, we have someone from PACS. PACS is a peace organization that works to protect civilians against acts of war and to build a just peace. They are concerned about the development and deployment of autonomous weapon systems and believe that an international treaty is urgently needed to ensure human control over the use of violence in warfare. PACS aims to engage with the private sector to help prevent lethal autonomous weapons from becoming a reality. Joining us now is Dan Kaiser. I hope I pronounced the last name correctly there, thanks. Who is the project lead of autonomous weapons in the humanitarian disarmament team at PACS. His work focuses on tracking developments in increasing autonomy in weapon systems. Please help me welcome Dan Kaiser.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak at this conference. I'm very honored. And thank you also to the organizers that set up this important meeting. And I think it's very good to see that states from around the world are increasingly setting up meetings like this, and really good to see that this is also happening in the Caribbean. I think that's very heartening. I'm going to attempt to share a PowerPoint presentation with you. It's always interesting with these sessions about technology and then seeing if I can do that myself. 1 second. I will just see if I can share it with you. Just give me 1 moment here. So the annoying thing is that the button to start the presentation is behind the Zoom thing. But anyway, I will go through it in this way. Sorry, my computer's now completely not doing what it should do. Apologies for this. This is terrible. So let me start doing that again. So I'll have to do the presentation this way without allowing it to be as a proper presentation. I'll be talking today about autonomy in weapon systems. So first I'll be giving an introduction about PACS and my work, then talking about certain trends in autonomy in weapon systems, and then going into certain concrete examples. So I think internationally there's more and more agreement that rules and limits are needed to ensure that autonomous weapons comply with legal and ethical norms. And I think increasingly states agree that certain autonomous weapons need to be prohibited, those that are fundamentally unacceptable, and certain autonomous weapons need to be regulated. And I think looking at these trends in weapon systems technology and looking at specific weapon systems can inform our thinking. On the one hand, to see where concerns arise, legal, ethical, and security concerns. And on the other hand, how could these then be addressed in a legal framework? So a quick introduction about PACS. PACS is a Dutch peace organization, and we work in conflict areas around the world. For example, in Syria, in Ukraine, and in Sudan. And we work there together with local partners to set up projects to work on sustainable and just peace. And PACS also works on humanitarian disarmament. So as most of you will know, that's disarmament focus on regulating and prohibiting weapons that cause a lot of civilian casualties. And in that sense, we've been part of the work towards the Convention on Cluster Munitions, but also related to the treaty prohibiting nuclear weapons. And now we're also working on the issue of autonomous weapons, where we're working together with states to develop an international treaty on this. So weapon systems that use sensors to trigger an attack, the way we define autonomous weapons, are different from more conventional weapons, where the human user decides where and when an attack will take place and which target needs to be attacked. So these weapons can fly around or drive around for a certain period of time, searching for a target. And once those are detected, it can apply force or attack the target. So these weapon systems have been around for years. And we see that there were the systems that were first used about a decade ago were systems that caused a lot less legal and ethical concerns. For example, in the picture you can see here is the CRAM, but you also have the goalkeeper. These are both weapon systems that are fixed on a naval vessel and can respond to incoming munitions and then automatically shoot those out of the air. So in that sense, they're defensive systems. And it's interesting to look at why these systems have caused less concern. And there's different reasons for this. So first of all, they're static and they're fixed in their position. So that means it's easier for the human user to understand the environment they're operating in. And it makes it easier for them to make a legal and ethical assessment based on this, because they know where an attack is going to take place. Then secondly, the weapon system is co-located with the user. That means that they're in the same location, again, making it easier for the human user to understand the context. But also if any changes take place because they're in the same location, they can switch off the system if necessary. And then thirdly, the systems we saw a couple of years ago had simple target profile. Now, a target profile is a set of conditions under which an attack will take place. So that could be a certain weight, or it could be the heat shape of a tank, for instance. And for example, with the CRAM that we have in the picture here, the target profile is ammunition of a certain shape and size and moving in a certain trajectory. So it's easy for the human to understand what will trigger that attack because it knows that it's mainly focused on incoming missiles. Then looking at current systems, these are the ones that have been raising more concerns over the years and that led us to the international debate now taking place at the Convention of Conventional Weapons. And again, it's interesting to see why are these weapons causing concern? What is different with these newer systems compared to the older systems? So first of all, they're mobile systems and they search for a target in a certain area. And because increases in batteries and smaller parts, they can cover a larger area and also for a longer duration of time. So this really expands the area where the system is operating, making it harder for the human user to know where an attack will take place. For example, you can imagine if a drone is looking for a battle tank in the whole of Germany, it's very hard to know where that attack will take place. But if you reduce that size to a couple of square 100 meters, it makes it a lot more predictable. So the fact that these systems are mobile and searching for a target increases the complexity and the unpredictability. Then the next point that makes these current systems raise more legal and ethical concerns is that they're using more complex technologies like artificial intelligence. So it's good to mention that artificial intelligence isn't essential to have autonomy, but it is a technology that is really ensuring that more and more tasks can be done without human involvement. And that's concerning, especially if it's the activities where the human would be making a decision on what target to attack and when to attack it, if that is done by algorithms. And a concern here is as well, because these systems are quite complex, it's hard for the human user to have a functional understanding of how the system works. This is especially the case with things like machine learning. These have been called black box systems because you can't see what exactly is being done, what decisions are being made. Then thirdly, what we're seeing with current systems is that they have more complex and changeable target profiles. So again, target profiles are the set of characteristics that can trigger an attack. And increasingly, weapon systems are using multiple sensors. So they might have a video feed, they might have a radar system, and they might be linked to satellites sending them images. And all this data is then collected and analyzed by artificial intelligence. And again, making it harder for the user to understand how a target profile is built up. It's not simply the weight or a heat signature. It's a combination of different variables that is triggering that attack. So it's harder for the user to understand what specific target will be attacked. And then another thing we're seeing with current systems, one of the new developments is swarms. So swarms are multiple systems, weapon systems that are collaborating together to achieve a certain goal. So this can be a group of drones flying around together, sharing information among themselves, and also distributing tasks. And this raises concerns, of course, because if you have one person deploying one weapon system, you could argue with the right settings and limits, they could make a legal assessment. But if you deploy a swarm with 100 weapon systems, it becomes nearly impossible for a human to make 100 legal assessments in a very quick time. And we saw this in an experiment by the US Army, where they deployed several autonomous vehicles, but also aerial drones to fly around an area that looked like a city. And these weapon systems were programmed to look for enemy combatants. And one of the military personnel taking part in the exercise said at some point they had to switch all these systems to autonomous mode because it was impossible for them to track all of them and give approval. So in that sense, it's hugely concerning that if you get multiple weapon systems working together and collaborating, makes it a lot more unpredictable for the human user and also harder for them to make a legal and moral assessment. So that's quickly showing the trends and how we see the differences from more the systems that were deployed a decade ago or maybe longer, and the current systems, and how those current systems are raising more concerns. And also this shows us what kind of limits and rules might be necessary and how this influences human control. But I think summarizing the main concerns is that the human user doesn't know where and when an attack will take place. Secondly, that it's hard for them to have a functional understanding how the weapon system works and how it will act in the environment it's being used. But also thirdly, to have an understanding of what will trigger an attack. Is it a battle tank or is it a school bus? Because these target profiles are becoming increasingly complex, it's harder for the human user to understand that. And all in all, these different elements make it more difficult for the human user to make a legal and ethical assessment. And I think these are also the issues that are at the core of the international discussions at the Convention of Conventional Weapons, but also in other locations. So now I'd quickly like to go and give a couple of examples of weapon systems that are being developed and deployed, just to give us an idea of what actually are autonomous weapon systems. And so autonomy in itself is a function, and it's a function that can be applied to different platforms. So for example, you could have an autonomous battle tank, an autonomous fighter jet, or an autonomous naval vessel. And this function can be switched on and off. So you could have a battle tank that's being controlled from a distance by a human, by remote control, and then they switch it to autonomous mode and it is capable of selecting and engaging targets autonomously. So going to take a look at a few examples. The first is the Marker, which is a tank-like autonomous vehicle developed by Russia. And it has certain autonomous capabilities, so it can drive around, it can find its own route, but also has computer vision to detect and classify targets. And as I mentioned before, the swarms, this weapon system can be used in a swarm. So maybe having 10 of these battle tanks working together and distributing tasks. And currently this weapon system is being tested in Ukraine. And in itself, that's a point I also find concerning, because as Laura Nolan, previous speaker, mentioned, that these weapon systems need to be tested. You program the AI and you test it in a laboratory, but then like other autonomous applications, like autonomous vehicles, you want to be able to test them in the real world. But with weapon system, to me, that raises huge concerns. So these weapons like the marker are now actively being tested in active conflict areas. And if something goes wrong, this will have real world consequences. Then a next example I'd like to go into are aerial vehicles, and then specifically loitering munitions. So these are small drones that have an explosive in them, and they search for a potential target in a designated geographical area for a certain period of time. So they can fly around for maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours, looking for a target, for example, an enemy battle tank or air defense system. And once they detect this, they fly into this object and explode. And that's also why in the media, they're often called kamikaze drones. And these are relatively cheap, easy to produce, and you can use them in large numbers. So again, they can be used in swarms. And I think, of course, use by the military would raise certain concerns, but also imagine these weapons being used by non-state actors like terrorist groups or criminal organizations. I think that would raise a lot of concerns as well. And below in this slide, I have a number of examples of weapon systems, loitering munitions that are being used today, and also the area they can be used in and the time and duration. So the Lancet, 40 kilometers, I mean, that's a huge distance that it can travel. And then the last one, the Phoenix Ghost, that can fly around for 6 hours. So again, this comes back to my point on the increased geographical area of use, but also the time that these weapon systems can be used. And again, that makes it harder for the human user to know where and when an attack will take place. And they need to have this information to be able to make a legal and moral assessment. So then finally, I want to go to a short video of the Lanius, which is a very small drone, highly maneuverable, that can be used in buildings. And I will start the video, and I hope there is also sound. And if there isn't sound, then it's mainly just the exciting tune being played. Just go to the start. So this is the Lanius, and again, it's a very small drone with a camera on top that can fly around an urban area and detect certain objects in an urban environment, and also go inside buildings. So imagine these weapons being used by militaries in urban areas. I think this raises many concerns for civilians in conflict areas. But again, like I mentioned, if these weapons would be used by criminal groups or terrorist groups, they would be ideal weapons for attacks in urban areas and cities, being able to go into buildings and search for humans. And there's a few comments I have related to this video. First of all, we could see a human on a tablet type device giving approval for the attack. And I think it's good to mention that technically it's very easy to remove this human approval. It's actually easier if the attack would take place straight away and not having a human that has to press the green button. And secondly, it's important, I think, that human control should not be nominal. So it just shouldn't be a human pressing a button. The human should have adequate understanding of the environment where the attack's taking place. Are there civilians in the area? Are there combatants? But also, are there civilian structures? So it's important to ensure that even if there is a human making a decision, that human has sufficient time, sufficient information to make an adequate decision. And then lastly, in this video, we can see that the producer of this video, the company that's making the system, that it says that it can detect enemy combatants. And I think this is a very controversial idea. Because how can you know if a human in a certain area is a combatant? You could say it's someone carrying a weapon, but even there, it could be that the combatant is wounded or has surrendered, which means that they're not a legitimate target. But also carrying a weapon in itself doesn't necessarily mean you're a combatant. It could also be a farmer carrying a gun to protect their flock of sheep. So this idea that you could be able to recognize a combatant is highly controversial. And I think this links as well to one of the concerns that we have as the campaign to stop killer robots, but also as PACS, that humans shouldn't be targeted by machines. I think mainly this is a moral concern. Decisions to kill another human shouldn't be automated. I think that goes against the principle of human dignity. But also reducing humans to data points that was mentioned by another speaker is also highly concerning. And then, of course, also something that I've heard in other presentations is the algorithm bias. So that biases that are present in our society get ingrained into these algorithms and can exasperate them, especially related to facial recognition and these systems being less good at recognizing people with a dark skin color, especially females, which is hugely concerning when these weapons would be used in conflict. So then moving on to my final slide, just my sort of summarizing points, that we are seeing autonomous weapons increasingly being developed and used without clear international rules. So what I've described, these trends we're seeing in more complex target profiles being used in a wider area of time. These are really pushing the boundaries of our legal and ethical norms. So it's highly concerning to see that they're being used in conflict without rules and limits being in place, especially regarding human control. We believe humans should always be responsible and be able to control the use of violence. And especially, as I mentioned, the killing of humans, the ethical concerns there, but also proliferation. Once these weapons have been developed, it's very easy for them to spread to many different actors. These could be to the dictators that could use them for population control or ethnic cleansing, but also non-state armed actors like terrorists or criminal groups. I can really see the concerns of the number of the systems, especially the small drones, being used by these kind of groups in urban areas to target certain people would be deeply concerning. So concluding, I think there's an urgent need to develop an international treaty. And it's very positive to see that the Caribbean region is discussing this and is thinking about putting forward a declaration. And I'm very sure that will stimulate the international debate. And thank you very much for your time, and apologies for my technical difficulties. And I wish you a good lunch and a good rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dan. I think it's important to note, and I want to raise back that point where he made, where these drones you are giving these drones autonomy to make a decision to explode themselves. Right now, there are 3 areas of machine learning. One of them won out. It's the regressor models. And these things work by, they give answers by probability. So there's always a confidence score when they make a decision. I don't think it's right that a drone is given that autonomy to take a life based on some chance. We don't know if that chance is high or not. So moving on to the last session, we are just getting involved. We are getting ready to go for lunch. So we have a presentation from Automated Decision Research. They are the monitoring and research team of Stop Killer Robots. They track state support for a legally binding instrument on autonomous weapon systems and conduct research on responses to autonomy and automated decision-making in warfare and society. Remotely joining us now is Gugu Dubey. I hope I pronounced that well. Yes? Okay, thank you. Who is a researcher at Automated Decision Research. Gugu has worked on researching arms management and advocating for the Arms Trade Treaty and the Convention on Cluster Munitions, and was also a consultant to the 2013 UN Group of Governmental Experts for the UN Register of Conventional Arms. Please help me in welcoming Gugu Dube.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to the session. I'm really delighted to be a part of it, and I'm really looking forward to discussing some substantive issues on autonomous weapon systems. Thank you for the introduction, because you covered everything that I wanted to say for the introduction. Just to flag that we do have 2 recent reports from the team that have focused on the convergences in state positions. And we also have the report on automated decision-making in the civil sphere. I'll now proceed to talk to you a little bit about how autonomous weapon systems fit into wider trends of automated decision-making technology. As some of the speakers have also mentioned, that the reduction of the human experience into data, which is then used to make decisions, might have deep impacts on the way we have functioned so far. One of these impacts is the impact of digital dehumanization. My colleague Isabel also spoke to you about it, and just to flag 2 or 3 points is that automated harm occurs when these decisions negatively impact us. The digitization of information about people and the use of automated decision-making technology based on such digitized information is not always problematic. However, it carries with it an increased risk of being dehumanizing and of causing automated harm. Automated decisions are being introduced across all parts of society, from pre-programmed bias to data protection and privacy concerns. There are real limitations to these algorithms, especially when that same autonomy is applied to weapon systems. This also raises questions about how the user can understand what falls into a weapon's target profile and why the weapon system has decided to use force. We have started to see regulatory responses to some of the challenges described in the civil sphere. To the extent to which the serious risks and challenges presented by the use of AI and automated decision-making technology are recognized by many states and international bodies in the civil space, and they really should be taken as validation for parallel and related concerns in the military space. I'll now proceed to talk to you a little bit too about the risks of proliferation and use by non-state actors. Aside from the threats presented by autonomous weapon systems to international peace and security in the context of armed conflict, autonomous weapon systems present a significant threat in the context of proliferation by non-state actors for the use in terrorism and organized crime. Once autonomous weapons are developed, they will undoubtedly proliferate, as my colleagues have mentioned. The history and experience with small arms and light weapons makes it likely that autonomous weapon systems will be diverted to non-state armed groups with no regard for the laws of war. There is a clear danger here that this technology will become available for unauthorized use and proliferate globally. Apart from use by militaries in conflict, autonomous weapon systems might also be used for criminality and to undermine social and national security. The proliferation of small arms and light weapons in various parts of the world is still a major concern because they undermine the goals of human security and hinder social and economic development in many vulnerable areas in developing countries around the world. So many of the same factors that increase the risk of small arms light weapon proliferation also could enhance the potential of these weapon systems. Very little focus is being paid to the fact that AI capabilities are certainly a catalyst for the development of homemade autonomous weapons. Non-state actors have the potential to easily adapt drones that were initially intended for commercial use. Autonomous weapon systems deployed by states could also be hacked or subjected to cyber attacks by non-state actors, therefore removing them from the control of the state in question or changing their operating parameters. Non-state actors are already using weapon systems with some autonomous capabilities. The report of the panel of experts on Libya during March 2021 to the UN Security Council highlighted the use of the STM Cargo 2, a loitering munition with image recognition and tracking capabilities in an autonomous mode within Libya by a non-state group. By establishing internationally agreed limits now, states can help prevent the deterioration of global insecurity in the future. I'd like to also thank Don for speaking about the trends and systems of concern in detail and for providing us with the excellent visuals that gave us a really good picture and understanding of the types of weapon systems that we are concerned about at the moment. I'll just give the example too of the Kalashnikov Lancet, a loitering munition, which has become one of Russia's most effective weapons in its war in Ukraine, and is Russia's preferred weapon for counter-battery strikes. There are numerous reported instances of the use of the Lancet by Russia in Ukraine, which is claimed to be capable of autonomously finding and hitting a target and can operate in a swarm, as Don mentioned earlier. So we do have a new online resource tool for tracking weapon systems without autonomous functions. I'll try and share my screen shortly with you to give you an idea of how the resource tool works. Given the increase in autonomy in weapons, we are currently monitoring various weapon systems of concern. We are looking at the technological capabilities of the systems and reported use. Within the monitoring of weapon systems, we have been capturing defense companies that are producers of weapons with autonomy and the countries they are based in. We have been working on identifying systems of concern on the website. This resource features examples of weapon systems either already existing or announced as in development, with features that might be informative to considerations around autonomy in weapon systems. So if you please give me a few seconds here to try to share my screen. I hope you're able to see the screen now. So what we have here is the landing page of the Automated Decision Research website. So on the screen above, what you will then see is that we have a resource on the state positions that you'll be able to access, and particularly on resources. So looking at weapon systems, you would click over here. So the systems below that have been highlighted over here show and feature various levels of autonomy. We are not arguing that these would be considered autonomous weapons in the sense of using sensors to detect and apply force to targets. However, they do point to trends and possibilities in increasing autonomy in weapon systems. This new resource is still in its early stages of development, and more systems and information will be added as we continue to work on it. So in terms of accessing and using the resource tool, you'll find that you can filter your search over here as follows. So you'll click on the category of the weapon systems that you would like to have a look at and get some information on those particular systems. I'll give you the example here, the same one that Don also gave the example of, and where he featured the video of the Lancet. So with this particular loitering munition, so we cover an overview section of the weapon system. Then you can also get some information on autonomy. Then we proceed at the bottom with some of the classifications in terms of where the weapon system was developed, if there's information available on what year, and the size, the weight, and those are technical details that would be available. So we will still be updating the weapons monitoring as we proceed to work with it. And thank you so much for your time. And I really wish you all a wonderful afternoon and fruitful discussions tomorrow as well. Thank you so much.
All right, well, this brings us to the end of this session. I want to first thank the panelists for giving their presentations and talk. And I also want to thank you all for staying for the first half in completing the first half of this session. Can you please give everyone a round of applause? Thank you so much. Okay, so in closing, I would like to say that I want to join in Calixtus in saying that autonomous systems and AI, you know, it's not the enemy, right? I don't look at, but I've been teaching autonomous systems for the past 9 years at the university, and that's an undergraduate course. We have been teaching AI for the past 5 years in postgraduate courses. So the proliferation of these things are at our doorsteps. It's so easy now for anyone to, you know, use something called an API and get a decision, a planning and decision and reasoning machine out for robotic systems. It's very easy to do at a very low cost, right? But that's not what we are trying to regulate here. We are trying to regulate the misuse of it and using it for weapon systems. So, you know, let's look at taking this session where we are advancing these types of weapon systems and try to regulate it in terms of the research and development. As we have been discussing, the prevention is always better than the cure. So, you know, please regulate us. Thank you so much again for staying for this session. Thanks.
Good day, I see everyone. Okay, you're hearing. I'm seeing everybody still seated. It's lunchtime. You are invited to a sumptuous, delightful, delectable, delicious lunch. So you go outside, get your lunch, and then there are tables there out at the back of.
This organization has long been at the forefront of advocating for the protection of civilians in armed conflicts, and whose expertise will provide valuable insights into the humanitarian aspects of autonomous weapons. Chesley Mai, a Foreign Service officer from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Belize, will offer a perspective of how small nations view the implications of autonomous weapons on their security and the importance of international cooperation in addressing these challenges. We have Dr. Thomas Chengita, Principal Investigator for the African Commission on Human and People's Rights Study on Human Rights Implications of AI, and a reader of law at Liverpool John Moores University. Dr. Chengita expertise lies at the intersection of AI, human rights, and African unique geopolitical landscape. Valine Abraham, Senior Legal Counsel from the Criminal Justice Unit of the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs in Trinidad and Tobago will provide insights in the legal consideration and potential regulatory approaches that individual nations may adopt to address autonomous weapons. Farah Abdul, also a senior legal counsel from the Criminal Justice Unit of the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs in Trinidad and Tobago, will complement Valine Abraham's perspective and add to our understanding of the legal challenges posed by autonomous weapons. Lastly, we have Dr. Peter Asaro, Associate Professor at the New School and a visiting scholar at the Center for an Informed Public at the University of Washington, who will provide a virtual presentation. Dr. Asaro research and scholarship in the fields of AI and public policy will offer a broader context of our discussion. As we navigate this session this evening, let us keep in mind the profound impact that autonomous weapons can have on the future of warfare and the sanctity of human life. I encourage each of you to engage actively in this dialogue as together we aim to chart a path forward that safeguards our shared values of peace, security, and respect for international law. Without further ado, let us commence this important conversation, and I invite our first speaker, Brady, to provide his insights on this matter. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Is this working up here? Yes, it sounds like it is. Great. Well, thank you very much, everyone. It's great to be back up here. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you all. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll go ahead and get started. Thanks. So I, as a speaker from the International Committee of the Red Cross, will focus on IHL, International Humanitarian Law. I will leave international human rights law to my other co-panelists, knowing that they will treat it better than I can. So I want to start with my conclusion, which is the ICRC's recommendations for a new legally binding instrument, and then I'll work my way back to how we get there. So our recommendations, which we've put forward in a position from 2021 that we have published on our website, it's also available on the CARICOM IMPACS AWS Summit website as well. We have two recommendations of types of AWS that should be prohibited. First is unpredictable autonomous weapon systems. So those where a human cannot either beforehand or after the fact predict or understand why an autonomous weapon system acted the way that it did. The second is autonomous weapon systems that are designed or used against people. So if they're directly targeted at individuals, we think that that needs to be prohibited. And then further, the regulations that we would recommend would be on all other types of autonomous weapons. This would be on things like limiting the types of targets, the scope and the scale of the use, et cetera. So how do we get there? What is the concern? So the overall challenge fundamentally comes back to this key characteristic of autonomous weapons that has been discussed already today. that the user of an autonomous weapon system doesn't know what or who specifically will be targeted by an autonomous weapon system, and they don't know how, when, or where that strike will take place. The best that they can know is the type of thing or person that the algorithm is programmed to strike. They know the generalized target profile, but they can never be completely sure of the target itself. This means that there's an inherent unpredictability about the consequences of using autonomous weapon systems, since the way in which the system will behave is really dependent upon the environmental input. And this can be extremely volatile in systems, in theaters of armed conflict. So we have four fundamental concepts of international humanitarian law that I want to talk about today. These being the prohibition of indiscriminate weapons and indiscriminate attacks, the principle of distinction, the principle the prohibition against disproportionate attacks, and the requirement to take all feasible precautions in attack. I'm going to hone in on a few of these, and then we can talk about others later on if you'd like. International humanitarian law prohibits indiscriminate attacks, which are attacks that are either not directed at a military objective or that use a means or a method of combat which cannot be directed at a specific military objective, or where the means or methods of the combat, the effects cannot be limited sufficiently to be required as it is required by IHL. So because autonomous weapon systems aren't really directed at a specific military objective, and they're instead activated based on a general target profile, this already raises a question, right, of whether a person can really direct an autonomous weapon system at a specific military objective. Then there's also the issue of that the use of certain autonomous weapon systems will be indiscriminate if it's not possible for a human to understand and therefore to predict their functioning. This is a well-recognized effect. It's been discussed in a couple of panels here, the black box effect, some call it, where the functioning of the algorithm of the autonomous weapon itself becomes so complex, so unique, so opaque, that no human can understand how the variables are working together, how the machine came to the decision to strike. And so they can't assess the lawfulness of the strike in accordance with international humanitarian law. So then we have the fundamental principle of distinction, that parties to armed conflict have to distinguish at all times between, on the one hand, military objectives and combatants, and on the other hand, civilians and civilian objects. Attacks can only be directed, of course, at military objectives and combatants. So IHL prohibits these attacks against civilians who are not directly participating in hostilities and other people who are out of the fight. So, hors de combat is the other term for this, where this could be soldiers, combatants who are wounded or who are sick or who surrender. These people become protected and are no longer subject to attack. Algorithms are notoriously bad at recognizing context. So it's difficult to envision ways in which an algorithm can make the assessment in a reliable way of, is this a civilian? Is this civilian directly participating in hostilities? Is this a combatant? Has the combatant surrendered? Is the combatant wounded in a way that would make them no longer able to be subject to attack? The consequences of getting these assessments wrong are significant. It's life and death. And so this is why the ICRC is of the view that autonomous weapons used to target humans should be ruled out. So then even with a system that is technically predictable, there's still large, broad operational unpredictability since the user won't know the specific person or object that will trigger a particular strike. This continues to pose challenges to the ability of users to comply with the rules governing the conduct of hostilities. So we can look at the prohibition against disproportionate attacks. This rule prohibits launching an attack that may be expected to cause incidental civilian death or injury or damage that's excessive in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage that's anticipated. This is a forward-looking assessment where you have to determine beforehand, is this going to be disproportionate to the military advantage that we expect? This isn't an analysis that's done after the fact. So it's challenging to do that sort of analysis when you don't know beforehand what the weapon will strike. There's also the question of accountability that's been raised so far today. All states are obliged under the Geneva Conventions to prevent and repress violations of international humanitarian law. But if autonomous weapons are selecting and engaging targets, which could mean destroying property or even killing humans, without human intervention, who can be held accountable if such an IHL violation occurs? Could it be the weapon itself? That doesn't really make much sense to us. It doesn't seem satisfactory from a moral perspective. It's an inanimate object without moral agency or intention. You know, I think most people would laugh at the idea of a drone in The Hague. What about the programmers? Well, you would need to establish that the AI was coded with a malicious intent, or that they were somehow negligent in the coding. And it's very rare that it's going to be the case that that there will be one single programmer. There are often teams of people who will have oversight over different aspects of the coding, but then they release it off to others who handle using the autonomous weapon in real life circumstances. So it's really difficult to say that they could be held accountable either. Could it be the commander? Is an autonomous weapon a subordinate that the commander is responsible for? Well, they're not human, so not exactly. And if programmers don't understand the systems or how they're coming to the decisions that they are, how can we expect a commander to? So if they can't control or foresee or understand the actions of an autonomous weapon, how can they be held responsible? Is this really fair? It's an open question. The state, could we have criminal liability for the state for the wrongful action of an IHL violation? Well, could you have sort of international wrongfulness in the in the International Court of Justice? Maybe. It's a bit tenuous. But if you really wanted to, you might be able to get creative, but it's really not a natural way to get there. The chances are low. The offending nation could potentially assert sovereign immunity. You know, there's all sorts of challenges. So there's really not a clear answer of who would be held accountable if an autonomous weapon violates international humanitarian law. Which brings us back once again to our conclusions. I just want to reiterate this. I think it's helpful to drill it down again. We call for the prohibition of unpredictable autonomous weapon systems where the users or the programmers cannot understand either before or after the actions of the weapon. We also call for a prohibition on the use of autonomous weapons against people. And then restrictions, regulations on other types of autonomous weapons. So there are, scenarios where we could understand the use of autonomous weapons being in compliance with IHL, which is why we don't call for a complete ban on them, for example. But so one example of this could be limiting the types of targets that autonomous weapons are allowed lawfully to target. Think of air defense systems, for example, where they're stationary and they're meant to protect a geographic area from airstrikes, from missiles, munitions, rockets. Their target profile would be missiles, which come at a specific trajectory, have a specific radar signature, come at a specific speed, and those sorts of things. It's really unlikely that any civilian object would look like that to an autonomous weapon. You could limit the duration, the geographical scope, the scale of the use, etc. These recommendations for the limitations, the regulations, these are mostly already reflected in present practice, but they're doing so sort of as a best practice. So we want to ensure that these are enshrined in law as the obligations of a state. And it also is not the case that we're seeking to wind back existing practices. We haven't seen sort of a massive wide-scale use of autonomous weapons that would clearly violate IHL in the way that we're talking about yet. But of course, the landscape is changing and it's changing fast. So the time to act is now. I think I'll turn it back over to the rest of my panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brady. As Brady's presentation was centered on the use of AWS consistent with international humanitarian law. He emphasized the crucial role of IHL in regulating the use of these systems during armed conflicts. He mentioned the need for clear legal guidelines and accountability and mechanisms to ensure compliance with the use of AWS in an effort to prevent harm to civilians and address the ethical and security concerns associated with autonomous weapons. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter would be Ms. Chelsea Mai, Foreign Service Officer, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Gentlemen, welcome in. Ms. Mai, over to you.
Hi, good afternoon, distinguished delegates and colleagues. It's an honor to be here today to speak to you on this matter. I really want to begin by reinforcing what Brady has already presented on. I think what has been reinforced today is that we're seeing an advancements in artificial intelligence. And while these advancements, as has been mentioned this morning, has brought significant and tremendous benefits for society and humanity, on the flip side, these advancements can also accelerate the development of more advanced autonomous weapon systems. So I can say that today the world perhaps stands at the very point before more advanced versions of these technologies become more ubiquitous. And what we're really concerned about is the increasing levels of autonomy in weapon systems. And this has really engendered serious ethical, legal, security, and humanitarian concerns. Now, these concerns are primarily related to the increasing levels of autonomy in these weapon systems and the use of force. So this has really stirred the debate that we're all discussing today over whether the existing rules of international humanitarian law, international human rights law, and international criminal law are sufficient to regulate the uses of these devices, or whether it is really time for us to seriously consider negotiating a new legally binding instrument on autonomous weapon systems. And the point is that autonomous weapon systems pose new questions about how machines and humans ought to interact, particularly in warfare. And we should really pay attention to questions such as, should we be delegating all of the responsibilities to a machine if the technology allows it? Do we need certain limits on these machines? And perhaps the most important one and the most crucial point is, what type of meaningful human control must remain over the use of these weapon systems in order for compliance with IHL? And I think if we are to examine the existing legal architecture and to just reinforce what was already said before, we must consider what is the aim of international humanitarian law. And now the aim of international humanitarian law is to minimize the impacts and effects in warfare. And how does IHL do this? Well, by placing specific prohibitions on the means and methods of warfare. So as was mentioned, IHL will place specific prohibitions on means and methods that are discriminatory in nature, that will cause unnecessary suffering, and most importantly, it will try to prohibit or aim to prohibit any type of actions that do not align or cannot comply with the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution. So if we consider, for example, the principle of distinction, I have heard the arguments whereby it was said that perhaps the use of autonomous weapon systems can comply with the principle of distinction if these weapons are designed and programmed to execute or attack only military objects. But why I don't agree with this argument is that we must never forget the biases that can be fed into these machines, the discrimination, the cognitive biases, cognitive dissonance, confirmation biases that can make these machines discriminatory. And we have seen that already in the use of facial recognition technology that is likely to be biased towards people of color, people of women, people in minority groups. So in order for these weapon systems to comply with distinction, they would always need to be able to distinguish between civilians and military objects. But with the idea of knowing that there's no perfection and there's chances for discrimination, that really can have impacts on the underlying use of the technology. And the next thing I really briefly want to look at is when we think of proportionality. For compliance with international humanitarian law, there must always be space for context-based assessments. I cannot stress this enough. And why this is so particularly important is that machines cannot make context-based assessments that reflect ethical considerations. So for questions regarding to proportionality, it always requires human judgment. It always requires involvement of human beings to make these types of decisions. And when we think of precaution, with precaution, there's always the necessity for predictability. So predictability or means of understanding how these machines will function in every context and every environment, and the need to have human involvement at every stage to ensure that if after the deployment of an autonomous weapon systems, it can be nullified or the mission can be aborted. So this is what we think of when we think of the concept of precaution. So overall, from the perspective of international humanitarian law, as I touched on, even from the perspective of international human rights law, regulating these weapon systems is indispensable. And more importantly, the crucial point of this is the retainment of human control in these weapon systems. And why I stress human control, and I think this is something that has been stressed from the very beginning of the conference, is that without sufficient human control, it also makes it impossible to retain accountability. And accountability is another very important principle in order to trace responsibility back to a state or back to a human agent. So in my view, meaningful human control would require a legally binding norm with implications. And in the absence of this legally binding norm, this is where we find ourselves questioning whether the existing legal frameworks are sufficient to regulate the use of these technologies. And so this is where we have a very polarized debate within the international community between states who believe that the use of these technologies can enhance compliance with international law. And then there are states in the region, such as our countries, civil societies, who believe that these pose such a tremendous threat to international peace and to international law. And so the states that take this position have asserted that the best approach is to take a two-step approach to regulating these weapon systems, which is prohibitions and regulations, and I won't go into it since it was just mentioned. But I think the most important question from a regional perspective is, why should this matter to us? Why should we care about autonomous weapon systems when we have pressing issues on the agenda of each of our countries, such as climate change, the need for access to concessional funding, sorry. But I think we, as a region, need to understand the very impactful role that we can play. As states that are members to a region of peace, we have the political and the moral authority for our voices, or collective voices, to come together to kind of impact the trajectory of negotiations for an internationally legally binding treaty. And more importantly, since it's our goal and it's our aim to kind of push the process forward for negotiating an internationally binding instrument for autonomous weapon systems, we must not underestimate the impact we can have on the universalization of such a treaty. Because even if global membership is not on the table, or if we do not foresee global membership as being the key aspect for universalization, what matters in universalization is membership. And the more membership we can have in the stages of negotiation, and the more membership we can have when a new treaty is established, it increases the political authority of this treaty. And we have seen that, for example, in the treaty, in the CTBT treaty, where it has not come into force, but it has such strong legally binding implications, and its ability to affect policy, that even though it's not in force, it has risen to almost to the stage of customary law. So I think we should not underestimate the impact we can have on universalization of this treaty. And also, I think in areas for cooperation, it's very important for us to come together as a region and to increase capacity building in this area, to increase our human resources in order to have the technical capacities to engage not just on a regional basis, but on an international basis. So if we can come together as a region in conferences such as this, then it will really have an impact in how we as a collective population of people can impact the start of the negotiating process, sorry. And more importantly, when we consider the fact that the CCW is a consensus-based entity, and the slow progress that has been made within that, within the CCW, we can also take on a much bigger leadership role in seeing how we can steer the discussions away from the CCW to perhaps the UN General Assembly. And this is not something that's new. It has been done before. For example, with the Oslo Convention on Cluster Munition. So I think we have a very big role to play, a much bigger role than we can anticipate. And do not underestimate the collective voice of the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Chesley. Chesley highlighted the unique perspective of small states in the context of global security and technology development and the use of AI. The concerns and the potential impacts of autonomous weapons on stability and security. Our presenters, and most of which have continued to emphasize and echo the importance of international cooperation and collaboration to address these challenges effectively, advocating for a legal binding instrument that takes into account the interests of all states, regardless of their size or power. And the need for clear legal guidelines and accountability and mechanisms to ensure compliance with the use of AI in an effort to prevent harm to civilians and address the ethical and security concerns associated with autonomous weapons. And our next presenter will be Dr. Thompson Chigita, Principal Investigator, African Commission on Human and People's Rights Study on Human Rights, Implications of AI, Reed of Law, Liverpool, John Moores University. Thank you.
A very good afternoon, Your Excellencies, gentle ladies and men. Accept my warm greetings and also accept my apologies for having to speak while standing. The reason being that, after lunch and especially in an afternoon, sleep can be autonomous. It can catch you while you do not suspect that. So I'll try to be very brief in the very short period of time that I have to make this presentation, which I've titled Applying International Human Rights Law to Autonomous Weapon Systems. Because it's an afternoon, again, I'll try to make 4 main points. To be saying perhaps that should be the takeaway, which I know that this is a huge topic, which you can never be able to make real submissions within this limited time. And of course, as they say, lawyers sometimes we speak until cows come back home. I'll try to not do that. The first point, which I want to emphasize, is the importance of international human rights law in the autonomous weapon system discussions. The reason why I emphasize this, maybe even from the morning, you would have had arguments or presentation that more fully presupposes that autonomous weapon systems, or these things that we call killer robots, are weapons of war. In other words, they'll be deployed in the context of armed conflict. I am a fan of international humanitarian law, and I like the arguments that one of the panelists from the international, the ICRC, were making this afternoon. But yet the issue of autonomous weapon system, in my very humble view, is not necessarily limited to the context of war. The current autonomous weapon system discussions, particularly within the context of the UNCCW, has number one, from delegates, particularly from powerful nations, want to limit this discussion to say only international humanitarian law is the context within which we should make these discussions. Others, in particular India, has submitted on various occasions within the UNCCW that we shouldn't actually be considering international human rights law. That is problematic for me, especially from the historical context of how this debate on autonomous weapon systems ended up within the context of the UN. 15 April 2013, I accompanied the UN Special Rapporteur, then of extrajudicial executions, Professor Christoph Haynes, to present a report in which I also participated in researching and drafting on lethal autonomous weapon systems to the UN Human Rights Council, a special procedure within the UN system focusing on human rights. When those discussions were initiated within the UN, most of the concerns surrounded the questions of human rights. But we had nations saying, well, we need the appropriate forum is the UNCCW. Now within the UNCCW, there is this aspect of saying, let us keep out that discussion to the question of IHL. My recommendation regarding this particular aspect is that for nations, especially coming from disadvantaged groups or whose populations are people of color, there is need within these forums to emphasize the importance of international human rights law. Now, when I talk about this importance of emphasizing the importance of international human rights law, we also need to take into account the nuances of our regional frameworks on human rights or national policies on human rights, because human rights law as it stands is influenced by our values and norms. The examples that I'm going to give in my second point will illustrate this point, at least from the African human rights system. My second point, which I want to emphasize, is the question of how autonomous weapon systems relate particularly to the right to non-discrimination. But because of the context of Africa, we have added, in terms of the African Charter, the right of freedom from exploitation, the right of freedom from domination, and the right not to be subjected to neocoloniality. I've emphasized in terms of those articles that are cited in the African Charter, that when we look at these particular weapons, what are the discriminatory aspects that arise within the life cycle of autonomous weapon systems? Additionally, what are the implications of these autonomous weapon systems when it comes to the question of equality of states, equality of peoples? In the life cycle of autonomous weapon systems, as to say, at the development stage, for example, whose data is being used to train these systems? Data colonialism, but now with a lethal impact at the end of it all. How biased? You've had the question of biased data being used to train this particular system. In other words, when they get deployed, for example, in the context of law enforcement, people of color will be disproportionately impacted with these kinds of weapons. You look at the question of deployment, and I always ask this question, when we talk of autonomous weapon systems as a global issue, I think of the debate on armed drones, for example. I ask the question, where will these systems be deployed? Are we provisioning these, or are we imagining this system being deployed in London, in New York? So when you're talking of what we call proliferation where? This is where I say it is important for states who are likely to be impacted by these technologies to contextualize the debate. And when you contextualize the debate, you see the importance of emphasizing on international human rights law. Post-use discrimination. How many times has force been used across the globe, particularly in developing nations, and the people deploying that force have never been held accountable? Iraq, Libya. The employment of drones in these nations, who has been held to account in terms of international law? That's the discrimination which we're talking about, because when you talk about saying accountability gap, as my ICRC colleague was saying, accountability gap relating to whose rights? Who is the perpetrator? Who is the victim? Unless those issues are contextualized and talked in the real view of who is the victim, who is the perpetrator, you may not see perhaps what is underlying in these particular discussions. Policy formulation, discrimination there. Look at the debate that has been going on for the past 9 years in the UNCCW. What views and perceptions do you think have been on the agenda because of Caribbean nations, because of African nations? What we call the 11 guiding principles, look at them. They speak to which values, to values of which particular countries? I have mentioned at the beginning that when we started this discussion in the UN Human Rights Council and in the UNCCW, where we have emphasized the question of discrimination, yet in the 8 first reports of the UNGGE, you could not find the word racism, you could not find the word bias, you could not find the word discrimination, but we were making presentation along those areas. Why are those issues being avoided? Because there's somebody perhaps who has more power to set the agenda. This is why saying countries that are particularly perhaps affected with these issues need to be more forceful on it. And the point which I would want to make in this regard is the conclusion where I say, I, a man of color, as Frantz Fanon would say, want but one thing: may men never be instrumentalized, may the subjugation of men by men, that is to say of me by another man, cease. The third point, which I want to emphasize, and almost coming to conclusion, I don't want to spend much time on this, is autonomous weapon system and the right to national and international peace. Within the African Charter, when I was saying the importance of looking at the nuances of our human rights systems, Article 23 of the African Charter is the only regional instrument. You look in the European Convention, you look at the International Convention, they do not have the right to peace. We do have it on the African continent. If you look at the reasons why, it's our history with violence, especially perpetrated by other peoples upon the peoples of Africa. Now, the fourth point, which I would want now to conclude with, is the question of the recognition of individual duties, especially in the age of AI in the military domain. The African Human Rights Charter, again, is one of the singular charter that mentions to say individuals, in addition to having rights, they also do have obligations. And individuals in this regard, I'm be referring to both the natural and the legal persons, that is to say companies. And one of those emphasized points is to say, as an individual, you owe society a duty not to engage in activities that harm humanity in the long run. Are autonomous weapon systems that which does not harm humanity in the long run? That is the last question which I'll ask. Ladies and gentlemen, forgive me for taking much time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thompson Chingeto, who identified ways in which AWS can potentially violate fundamental rights, human rights, such as the right to life and the right to be free from indiscriminate harm. He also stressed on the importance of integrating human rights consideration into the legal framework governing autonomous weapons and ensuring that their development and use align with international human rights and standards. Again, he echoed the sentiment shared by the previous speakers, the need for clear legal guidelines and accountability mechanism to ensure compliance with the use of AWS in an effort to prevent harm to civilians and address the ethical and security concerns associated with autonomous weapons. Our next speakers will be Valin Abraham, Senior Legal Counsel, Criminal Justice Unit, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, and Farah Abdul, Senior Legal Counsel, Criminal Justice Unit, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs. Over to you two.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, all. Both my colleague Farah and I are really here to share with you our perspective, and our perspective being the Caribbean perspective on autonomous weapon systems and how that really can impact our lived reality. You know, please forgive us, because we are going to speak about it primarily through the lens of Trinidad and Tobago, but as small island developing states and as member states of CARICOM, what impacts one really impacts all. Security stands as the fourth pillar of regional integration for CARICOM member states. This region has been plagued by a variety of transnational organized crime, you know, trafficking in persons, trafficking in narcotics, firearms, a lot of gang violence. In addition to that, we keep seeing that what is happening or what happens in our hemispheric, by our hemispheric partners, eventually trickles into our region. So much so that our CARICOM heads of governments met as recently as April 2023, as most of you will recall, you know, to really put forward a strong, firm, and collective position on security issues within this region. It is really our position today, and to stress to everyone that that is going to be the same position that needs to be adopted in relation to autonomous weapon systems, a collective CARICOM position. That is the theme that has been articulated in many of the presentations today, and it really continues when you get into the regional lens.
So based on previous presentations, we can appreciate that autonomous weapon systems are of concern to our region. due to their potential impacts on global peace and security. On the domestic front, the use of digital and emerging technologies in criminal conduct is already a threat to our regional security. In Trinidad and Tobago, as recently as July 2023, reports of drone contraband deliveries into a national prison caused some concern. Another challenging issue facing law enforcement is the manufacture, creation, and use of ghost guns. On August 30th, 2023, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service seized ghost firearms, which were created using 3D printing technology. While some devices are being seized by law enforcement, there is little mechanism to trace the chain of liability, and therefore it is difficult to hold those criminally responsible to account. On the international front, the lack of regulations and easy access to weapons in one state can impact the sovereignty of an entire region. The underregulation and liberal policies of conventional weapons by our region's hemispheric partner, the US, have contributed to a regional proliferation of illegal firearms. This issue is clearly illustrated by the CARICOM heads of government support for the Mexican government's legal claim against US-based gun manufacturers. Autonomous weapon systems specifically have not presented a direct threat to our regional security. However, proliferation and future access and use of these weapons by non-state actors can pose a new and dangerous problem. There's mass potential for these weapons to trickle into the region by gangs, international terrorists, and organized crime syndicates. Do we as CARICOM member states have the resources and capabilities to address this issue? It is against this backdrop that there is a need for an international legally binding instrument for the prohibition and regulation of these weapons. In the international context, there have been significant strides. As discussed by previous presentations, the CCW entered into force in 1983, and there are currently 126 state parties, including 4 CARICOM member states: Antigua, Barbuda, Grenada, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It was also mentioned that the CCW group of governmental experts was established in 2016 to examine the possible challenges posed by autonomous weapon systems. Importantly, in 2019, this group of governmental experts approved a non-binding document with 11 guiding principles on emerging technologies in the area of lethal autonomous weapon systems. These principles recognize, among other things, 1, the importance of international humanitarian law; 2, human responsibility; 3, accountability for developing, deploying, and using these weapons in accordance with international law, and a responsible chain of human command and human control; and 4, striking a balance between military necessity and humanitarian considerations. These 11 guiding principles provide a useful basis to orient the future work of CARICOM member states in forging an effective framework to address autonomous weapon systems. And of course, the new Agenda for Peace, which was previously mentioned, has urged states to adopt a treaty to prohibit and regulate these weapons by 2026.
So, of course, as my colleague discussed just now, there are only 4 CARICOM member states that are members to the CCW, but that does not mean that the Caribbean effort has not been phenomenal since those member states have acceded, or ratified rather. The Caribbean endeavors, particularly within this year, have been tremendous. And this has been illustrated by CARICOM presence and attendance at the conference hosted in Costa Rica in February of 2023. The CARICOM presence was strong through 9 representations, 9 different CARICOM member states, most of whom articulated at the conference a regional position. So they threw their support behind what is, of course, the Belen communique to indicate that need to have and that need to have the discussion behind an international binding legal agreement on autonomous weapon systems. The momentum was not lost, of course, and through CARICOM IMPACS and their support, It then moved to the conference hosted in July of 2023. And again, illustrating that although all CARICOM member states have not ratified or ceded to the CCW, there is an interest on the part of CARICOM member states in this issue. So there is recognition that this can impact and will impact our region. At the July conference, we had strong representation from Turks and Caicos, Guyana, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, of course, Trinidad and Tobago, and that was really a knowledge sharing event to sensitize persons on issues of autonomous weapon systems, as well as to encourage our member states to consider the potential benefit of ratifying or ceding to the CCW. And here again today, September of 2023, we again see a mass gathering of commitment to show that as a region, the interest in this area is growing and it's developing. And that in order to continue, there ought to be a collective regional position on the issue.
So what are the implications of autonomous weapon systems for our region? Valine and I have identified 3 primary challenges for our region: human rights and ethical, humanitarian, and criminal justice. In relation to human rights and ethical challenges, the first is the need for additional fora. One of the concerns for our region is the effects of these weapons in non-conflict use. If we look at Article 1 of the CCW, the treaty is not applicable to situations of internal disturbances and tensions, such as riots, isolated and sporadic acts of violence, and other similar acts as not being armed conflicts. To put this in context for us as a region, having regard to our region's history and criminal climate, it is more likely for small island developing states to face isolated incidents by non-state actors or domestic criminal actors, as opposed to international armed conflict. And therefore, while the CCW remains a useful starting point, it may be necessary for CARICOM member states to consider additional fora to advance our position on prohibition and regulation of autonomous weapon systems. Another challenge relates to the supremacy of our Commonwealth constitutions. Our respective Bill of Rights enshrine protections to life, liberty, and security of the person. For example, the Trinidad and Tobago Constitution references the dignity of the human person, the protection of fundamental human rights and freedoms, and the avoidance of cruel and unusual punishment. Therefore, there's a responsibility on respective governments to ensure that such weapons are managed in a way that respects these fundamental rights and freedoms. Another concern on regulation relates to how autonomous weapons intersect with protection of the constitutionally enshrined right to property. For example, the sale and purchase of drones are currently legal within our region. There's the issue of importation of material which may modify drones and other artificially engineered technology which can cause harm or death. This must be carefully regulated by the respective governments against individual rights to property. And finally, there is the alarming ethical concern of substituting human control for software and machine processes, and this was traversed in previous presentations. First of all, there's the potential for discrimination based on pre-programmed biometric biases. And secondly, there's the concern surrounding the ability of these weapons to discern nuances within an environment. The potential consequences of this are morally and unethically unacceptable behaviors and disregard for the principle of human dignity under the ICCR Declaration of Human Rights. This is also antithetical to maintaining the dignity of the human person under our respective Commonwealth constitutions. One of the major humanitarian challenges, which was already traversed in previous panel discussions, is in relation to the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution under international law, and these core principles must be respected in order for an attack to be deemed legal. The issue arises in relation to criminal liability, where these core principles are not met. We must consider whether the creator, the programmers, the individual, or the company that owns the machine and/or the state will be held criminally liable for any unlawful attack. So these are the human rights, ethical, and humanitarian challenges that we've identified from a regional perspective, and Valeen will now discuss the criminal justice challenges.
On the criminal justice front, one of the first considerations for most Commonwealth jurisdictions is the dualist system of laws that we operate under. Having regard to our bicameral parliaments, although there's a lot of discussion on how and what ought to be done in order to regulate or prohibit autonomous weapon systems, we have to consider that in order for it to become effective, it must pass through our domestic legislation. Having regard to some of those sensitive constitutionally enshrined rights that were previously discussed, in most instances, it will engage supermajority discussions in the respective jurisdictions. So while the pathway towards autonomous weapon system regulation and prohibition may be linear, for the CARICOM region, it is certainly not as straightforward as simply accession or ratification. And those are some considerations that have to be borne in mind. Thankfully, both panelists, Brady, in his discussion on international humanitarian law, discussed some of this, but ironically, or rather obviously, it comes up again in the domestic context when you consider criminal liability within our domestic jurisdictions. The questions of who is going to be responsible when or if an autonomous weapon system deploys on the citizenry. Particularly of concern for the Commonwealth jurisdiction, in order to establish any kind of liability, you need to have that mental element at play, and an autonomous weapon system has zero human intervention. It is impossible to ascribe knowledge, intention, or even recklessness. And when crafting our domestic legislation, these are things that have to be considered. So it's not just these issues operate on the humanitarian level, but also on the domestic level as well. Cybercrime and cybersecurity is another area within our criminal justice landscape that has to be considered. Just this year alone within Trinidad and Tobago, both government and private agencies have been the subject of cyber attacks and have not been able to respond in real time to those. Fortunately, those cyber attacks did not involve autonomous weapon systems, which have very detrimental consequences. So a consideration for our regional discussion is how are our governments, how are law enforcement agencies equipped? Do they have the capacity and do they have the resources to treat with an issue such as a cyber attack, a hacking of a system in real time? Because there really is a very narrow window in which to control that type of situation without fatal effects. Another consideration that we gave to the discussion within the criminal justice context was to flip it. Autonomous weapon systems can have benefits if employed by the state or government agencies for their national law enforcement agencies. It may reduce risks of harm to the persons, to law enforcement officers, depending on how volatile a particular situation may be on the domestic sphere. It does beg the question, however, of the potential over-militarization of domestic police forces and domestic law enforcement agencies. It also raises the question of use of force policies. All law enforcement agencies operate under various use of force policies, but the themes are consistent. There must be that ability to discern the nuances within an environment, to gradually increase and importantly decrease the use of force if necessary. So even if we flip the discussion and say, autonomous weapon systems has mass benefits for our governments and our national law enforcement agencies, there are still critical considerations as to how to begin employing these devices within that law enforcement framework. So I hope that we've been short. I don't think we've been as short as our previous panelists, but we do thank you for your attention, and further information on some of the areas we've discussed can be canvassed in our paper, which is on the CARICOM Impacts Resources tab. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Verlaine. Thank you for, you both highlighted the specific security concerns of island nations like the Caribbean region and the potential implications of these weapons for security stability. And you also highlighted the need for a comprehensive legal framework, and as most of our presenters would indicated, and to address the challenges posed by autonomous weapons. And as the professor indicated earlier on, we don't know where and how those weapons may be deployed. So we as a region, we need to ensure that we have proper systems in place. And it is coming. And as again, it was said earlier on by a presenter that we should also look at the positives and the negatives and ensure that we strike a proper balance with regards to embracing AWS and just ensuring that we have the proper systems and accountability for those persons who may seek to use AWS for whether it's their own personal or selfish gains. And our next presenter will be Dr. Peter Uzaro, who will be presenting on the news. Well, sorry, he's associate professor from the New School, visiting scholar, Center for an Informed Public, University of Washington. He'll be making a virtual presentation to the group. Dr. Uzaro, over to you. Oh, okay. Well, I've just been told that he's not online at this moment, but if we have any question to any one of our panelists, feel free to pose those questions. Dr. Clark, you have a question?
Not at this present time, Rufus. Thank you for the pressure.
Thank you very much. Grenada, are you trying to turn on your mic? Oh, okay. San Lucio?
No questions at this time.
All right, thanks then. So, therefore, can we move to the other segment of the? Okay, well, I'll just give my closing remarks. And as we draw to the end of this presentation, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our distinguished panelists and speakers for their invaluable contribution to this discussion on the challenges posed by autonomous weapons system to global peace, security, and international law. The insight provided by our panelists have been illuminating, shedding light on the multifaceted nature of this complex issue. Dr. Asaro is online? Okay. Over to you, Dr. Asaro. There he is.
There's the mute. Sorry, I'm on a peninsula in between Lake Superior and Lake Michigan, so I'm very remote, and my Wi-Fi keeps cutting out. But I'd like to thank CARICOM and my other panelists for the presentation and for inviting me. I think they've covered pretty well the legal basis for prohibiting autonomous weapon systems under current law. I want to talk a bit about the moral basis for the law and the interface between morality and the law. And we heard a bit, I think, in particular about human dignity, so I want to talk about that as well. But there are, in fact, elements of the law that we heard from the ICRC in terms of international humanitarian law that also have a basis in morality. And I'm a philosopher, not a lawyer, but war theory has a tradition talking about war morally justifiable or killing in war morally justifiable. And in particular, there has to be a human moral agent who has a moral justification for killing. There has to be a reason for killing. And machines and computers and autonomous weapon systems might be programmed to make certain kinds of distinctions between target profiles, but ultimately they are not moral agents. They cannot really be held responsible for their actions, which is why we heard about some legal accountability problems with respect to them. But ultimately, why we want to have humans in control of weapon systems and the release of violence is that there's a moral agent making that decision, that contextual decision to use lethal force in any particular case. That's an aspect of that I've been advised to turn off my camera to enhance the connection. So I'll do that. So I think that's an important aspect. There are other historical traditional aspects in which international law has looked to morality to shape new law, right? And the ICRC has said there is a basis in existing law, but there's also a need for new law, a new legally binding treaty. And we can look to the St. Petersburg Declaration and this notion of unnecessary suffering and superfluous injury, which is also in the preamble of the CCW convention, which is really about a moral question of when is it no longer acceptable to use violence and force against an enemy combatant or to use particular kinds of weapons, even though it's allowed to kill and injure another human in war. There's still a line that you do not cross. Going too far against a human moral dignity and a human moral sense of what is, the necessary or unnecessary suffering or an injury that is superfluous to the reasons, again, that you have for fighting a war and for using violence against another human being. And that's been around for more than a century. And there's another element that's similar, which is the Martins Clause, which goes back to the Hague Convention of 1899. And the Martins Clause basically says, we've written all of this international humanitarian law about what's permitted and what's prohibited within war, but there's certainly other things out there that are not covered. And when we get to those things, we must look to the ethics of humanity, and we must look to the public conscience, and that ultimately there is a shared human moral sense of what is right and what is wrong, and things that violate that, even if they're not explicitly illegal, right, should be taken into consideration. And I think that's an area we should look to, this kind of morality and universal sense that amongst humanity, that certain things should be prohibited, and that can be a good basis for law, and particularly for crafting new law. And there's some debate about the scope of the Martins Clause and whether that already covers some of these questions, but I think though it may, it's also very important to codify those laws and to have a legally binding international treaty that is hopefully universalized and actually then works to enforce these norms for states and for individuals. And then I think ultimately, a lot of this comes to questions of human rights that we heard from Thompson, Chengeta, and others, and in particular my colleagues from Trinidad and Tobago regarding human dignity. And this term gets used a lot, and I'm glad that it's been codified within the constitutions of the Caribbean states. There are some other states. I know Germany has it as its first article of their constitution. It's not within the Constitution of the United States. But I believe it's both a moral principle and in those cases a legal principle. And the great philosopher Hannah Arendt once called it the ultimate right, or the right to have rights, is one way of thinking about human dignity, that it is the foundation or basis upon which all other rights and human rights are based. And what seems clear, I think, to the moral conscience and the public conscience is that autonomous weapon systems deciding who lives and dies is a fundamental violation of human dignity. It is fundamentally dehumanizing to allow these automated systems to decide who lives and dies, to take human life without conscience, without reason, without purpose, simply being programmed to do so. And legally, it's an abdication of responsibility from the programmers or the people who would deploy such systems from taking the moral responsibility for those actions and for the taking of human life. As difficult as that is, it sometimes becomes necessary in self-defense to do so, but you have to have those reasons. Or the Fed. Intelligence is
Okay, it appears that we have Dr. Usaru is having some technical difficulties with his transmission, so
civilians veteran.
yeah, and thanks again, Dr.
I'm
Usaru.
still here, but maybe you can't hear me. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, we're having difficulty hearing you. Your transmission is not coming in as fluid, so we would just say thank you very much. And as I was saying, the insight provided by the panelists have been illuminating, shedding light on the multifaceted nature of this complex issue. We have explored the critical intersection of international humanitarian law and international human rights law with autonomous weapons, the need for legally binding instruments to govern their use, and the various regulatory approaches that nations can consider. Each speaker has brought a unique perspective to this dialogue, enriching our understanding of the subject matter. I must also thank Dr. Peter Zaro, who joined us for participating virtually. And as I said, this is a topic of immense significance, one that requires ongoing attention, collaboration, and innovation to address the ethical, legal, and security challenges it presents. The global community must continue to work together to ensure that autonomous weapons do not undermine the principles and norms that underpin international law. As we move forward from this session, let us remain committed to fostering international cooperation, advancing regulatory frameworks, and promoting responsible AI and autonomous weapons development. Together, we can strive to strike a balance between the benefits of emerging technology and the preservation of global peace and stability. Once again, thanks to our esteemed panelists and for their expertise and insights. And thank you to our audience for your participation. This conversation is far from over, and I look forward to continued collaboration on this critical issue. Thank you very much. Our next item on the agenda will be a presentation made by Film Screening, Immoral Code. Immoral Code is a documentary that contemplates the impact of killer robots in an increasingly automated world. Automated decisions are being introduced across all parts of society, from pre-program bias to data protection and privacy concerns. There are real limitations to these algorithms, especially when that same autonomy is applied to weapon systems. The film examines whether there are situations where it is morally and socially acceptable to take lives, and importantly, would a computer know the difference? Again, I would like to welcome Selena Barry.
Hello, everyone. It's an honor to be here to introduce the final section of the first day of the CARICOM conference on the human impacts of autonomous weapons. So, the film A Moral Code is a documentary that considers the human impacts of autonomous weapons and other technologies in an increasingly automated world. The growing influence of automation, artificial intelligence, and computer processing means that decision-making is often a digital process. This leaves out the context that comes from human insight. As humans, we approach everyday decision-making through the lens of our own individual moral codes, each shaped by our own culture, upbringing, beliefs, and ethics. These moral codes help us make the right decision in complex situations. When these decisions concern life and death, we know that they are not simple to make. Yet, for autonomous weapons, the choice boils down to a simple binary. Yes or no, attack or ignore, alive or dead, 0 or 1. A moral code was created by Stop Killer Robots with the support of Amnesty International, Article 36, Human Rights Watch, Minds Action Canada, Privacy International, and Soka Gakkai International. We hope that you find the documentary insightful and that it works to spark reflection on some of the issues surrounding autonomous weapons that have been discussed today. Thank you, and please enjoy the film.
When you see issues like poverty, there are people who are dying of poverty, infant mortality rate, most urgent things that are happening in the world. The pandemic has shown, for example, how the world is not ready for most of the things that are devastating to humanity. And here we are as humanity investing billions and billions of dollars in developing a technology that seeks to kill. I think as civilizations, as humans, we've come very far. That some of the things that we continue tolerating perhaps should not be tolerated.
Okay, I'm intrigued, but yes, I'm ready to begin. Yes.
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 Yes. Yes, I'm ready to begin.
Definitely yes.
I think so. Yes. Yes.
I am. Yes.
Am I a human? Wow.
Yes. Yes, I'm human. The last time I looked today.
No.
No. Definitely no.
Have you ever broken the law? So aware of people being here.
Not that I know of.
That's such a lie.
Not that I know of.
Yes.
I've stolen stuff when I was a kid. Have you ever killed another human being? No. No.
No.
Yeah.
What?
Video games.
No. No.
I'm nodding, but I haven't killed another human being.
No.
No.
No. No.
That's
Ooh,
if it was kill or be killed.
Really?
Yeah.
Definitely not. Could never do that.
If I had to, in self-defense or, I guess, defending someone who I loved, I
Yeah.
wouldn't like to. I'd like to think I would have a really hard time with it.
Yeah.
So what'd you say?
Yes, I would.
I say no. I guess no.
AI technologies take two forms, typically. They either can predict what we're going to do and make decisions on those predictions, or the other part of the decision-making AI can do is get involved with behaviors that we typically think associated with human beings. So machines that can see using computer vision, machines that can hear using audio recognition, or machines that can sense. And what both technologies typically do is use a process called machine learning.
The thing about artificial intelligence is that if you think about it like electricity, it's being introduced in every single aspect of our lives. It's being introduced in healthcare, it's on social media, in policing, in agriculture, in employment, everywhere. And so what that means is that when that technology makes a mistake, it has the ability to produce harm at an exponential level.
Data sets are the building blocks of learning. So the millions of digital images that are fed into the machine so that it can learn are called a data set. So what we do when we design these systems is that we think about the perfect use case. So in our society, perfection is aligned with whiteness, it's aligned with men, it's aligned with cis-presenting people, able-bodied people, and that's leaving out all of the other people on the margins. So the same people that are not recognized by facial recognition systems in policing become the same people who are historically over-policed and surveilled. What that does is just really reinforce and entrench existing inequalities.
The notion that data will decide if you're a good person or a bad person was one that was essentially developed post 9/11. Throughout history, we've had governments and companies say, our system is perfect. Our system is impregnable. We can rightly identify bad people, and they've been wrong time and again. These systems are always fallible. We've already seen how facial recognition has been used to identify the wrong people in the same way that we've seen fingerprinting and DNA to be used to identify the wrong people. Technology is not a science that can be perfected. It's an engineering problem where we're always trying to balance the advantages and disadvantages, the risks and the costs. And so as they calibrate these things to their interests, it's going to be calibrated against you at some point.
Not as much as we think stroke would like, I don't imagine.
Yeah. I think you're supposed to believe that you have control over your identity, but we don't.
We don't. We're supposed to, but we don't.
So no.
And it says we use cookies. Can you accept this? Sometimes I reject this, but sometimes you can't see which button to press and it's just easier to just accept it.
I don't know enough about the digital world to know where any of the things I put on the internet or don't put on the internet go.
Am I happy to be labelled? No. Yes, for me.
I guess I'm not happy to be, but I'm not super bothered about it. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. I am happy with that, yes.
Not really. No. No. There's a lot more to a person than their personal data.
Do you think decisions based on personal data and algorithms are fair? Again, I'd say no, because that is not everything a person exists of.
You're losing human empathy, you're losing kindness, you're losing understanding. Absolutely, categorically no.
No. Why not? Because it all depends on who designs the algorithm. Because people can put bias into an algorithm.
But it's just coding.
Nah, yeah, but there's a human who still makes the algorithm. There's bias in that.
I'd probably say no. I think they're understandable, but they're not fair.
Yeah, they're not fair. Yeah. No.
Do you think machines such as artificial intelligence should be able to make decisions for you or on your behalf?
I'm inclined to say no, because I want to make my own decisions.
Yeah. Recommendations, yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Decisions, no, no, no.
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 You can't dehumanize people because we're not robots.
Some types of people more likely to commit crimes.
I feel like it's difficult to answer because I feel like a lot of crimes are committed not necessarily because people are malicious or evil, but because of just their circumstances.
No, I think there's so many factors.
Yes. I don't think so. Types of people, I mean, that's like someone that's probably, brought up to think that crime's okay. But I think no, I think the steps that happen in a person's life that turns them into a criminal could happen to anyone.
I'd say yes.
I'm going to say no.
I guess if you take background to mean their upbringing or where they're from, I would say no. But if background means
difficult.
Yeah.
That's a hard one. I'd say no. You could be a doctor, could be a lawyer, and still become a terrorist.
I'm going to say no. Are you going to say yes? You're going to say yes.
I'm not too sure.
Well, autonomy in standard English, it means to be self-governing. In a weapons system, when we talk about autonomy, we mean that it can select its targets, identify targets, and choose if and when to apply force. You can take any existing weapon that's designed to be remotely controlled, to be unmanned, and you can do a software update, and now it's autonomous. So, it can take any form. You can certainly have flying autonomous weapons, large ones, big drones, small drones. You can have tanks, you can have other kinds of ground weapons. There's a lot of interest in autonomous submarines, sentry weapons, anything could be autonomous. Computer systems are highly complex, and particularly this sort of computer system where you've got very high authority, very high autonomy, and a very complex environment. It's very easy for unintended actions to occur. And this has been seen in every time people have tried to build autonomous systems in any kind of context. Most recently on autonomous driving, we've seen a lot of surprises on the roads, and the roads are a less complex environment than a battlefield is, for sure.
The issue of decision making about whether you should shoot or not comes over most frequently in occasions where you're not in a major war fighting on a battlefront, but you're actually in a town or a city and you're imposing order and you're having to deal with civilians and this sort of thing. And you have to make rapid decisions about, is this person who's just come around this corner with a rifle, are they going to try and kill me? Or is it just because they all carry rifles around here? And humans are very good at making that assessment and not just killing everyone. For example, a wounded enemy Once you realize he's injured and he's effectively surrendered, then he's given protection and looked after.
So humans have the ability to sort of keep up with these changes, to use context, and machines don't, because the decision making when you build a software system is done. Like, you have prepackaged decisions, and if the context changes and those prepackaged decisions are no longer appropriate, it's too bad. I mean, these systems are going to have to be quite complex if they're going to try and make appropriate decisions in different contexts. And unfortunately, the more complex of a software system you build, the more places that you have left potential chinks in your defenses for hackers. You know, your risk of being hacked is pretty much proportional to the amount of code you have in your system.
You hear, you know, reasons from people who are developing these weapons where they say, we developing these weapons because, for example, the use of autonomous weapon systems will save lives on the battlefield because they do not act out of emotion, all those kind of reasons. And to begin with, I've, in my research, articulated how that is wrong. I do not think at the moment I've heard any explanation from states or scholars to convince me that there is a legal or ethical reason or humanitarian reason why these killer robots or why these autonomous weapon systems are being developed. The only reason I discern from my research, from my consideration when I look at the whole issue in total, is that this is political, it's geopolitics. It's a brute desire of one people to continue dominating another.
Is there ever a circumstance where it is acceptable to kill someone? Self-defense?
Yes, I'd say so.
If someone's attacking you and someone dies because you're fighting back or something, it's still, I don't know, it's not acceptable, but it's understandable, maybe.
I was going to say the same thing, like understandable, but not acceptable. I don't think it's ever acceptable to kill another person.
That's a big question. Is it ever acceptable? It shouldn't be, but it happens, doesn't it?
When does it happen?
In wars.
Yeah, but is that acceptable?
No.
So then there isn't a circumstance.
Yeah,
to be
so no,
acceptable.
my answer is no. It's not acceptable.
If someone's attacking, I would say no. Even though they are attacking me, I do believe in life.
No.
No, but it might lead to it.
Yeah.
Self-defense might lead to it.
I'm glad he said that. Yeah, so, and it depends on the level of attack as well. It could be verbally attacking, so.
My feeling is to say yes to protect yourself, but if I was in that situation, I don't know what I would do.
So I don't think you can have rights to kill anyone, first of all. But sometimes in war, you kill them. But no, I don't think so.
No. If you were at war and an enemy soldier were attacking you, would it be acceptable to kill them?
I mean, if they're specifically attacking me, I guess, yeah.
I'd certainly defend myself, and if they had to be killed to protect myself or protect my family, then my instinct would just say yes.
If the other soldier wants to kill me, I'll have to kill him as well.
I'm saying no. What you said.
So yes, probably.
Yes.
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 If that enemy soldier was 12 years old, would it still be acceptable to kill them?
Now this is a hard one. I would say no.
No. No. It's horrific.
No.
I'd say no.
But you said it's acceptable to kill an 18-year-old.
No, it's not nice, but if they have a gun in their hands, what you
I
can
think
do?
it's a choice. Either you die or they die. So you make a choice.
Okay, that's a really difficult question. I don't know what I'd do in that situation. That's the honest answer.
At the current moment, there is not sufficient law or existing law is adequate to govern autonomous weapon systems or killer robots. But we need a new legally binding instrument governing autonomous weapon systems. And the fundamental question is, from which forum should this new law come from? And I've said it should come from a forum that is able to consider the potential use of these technologies, both in situations of armed conflict and situations outside armed conflict, that is law enforcement. And one of the principles in that law that is critical to include is the idea of maintaining meaningful human control over the use of force.
You know, if you're having these systems function without meaningful human control, making decisions about who to injure or who to kill, then if they make a mistake, who's going to be ultimately held accountable? No one is held accountable. And what that creates is an environment of complete impunity where states and militaries and police forces around the world feel like they can do whatever they want, they can target whoever they want, they can kill and injure whoever they want, and there will never be any consequences.
Warfare, and I've been involved in it, it is visceral and nasty and horrible, and people die, and there is blood, and there is screaming, and it is horrible. But to try and remove yourself totally from that and pretend that's not happening is, again, very, very dangerous, because people, instead of realizing how horrible war is, you've got to do everything that is humanly possible to stop it. It suddenly becomes something, that's not too bad. Well, I'm afraid it is too bad. And I think that's where autonomous systems make it even worse.
One of the fundamental objections to the use of machines making the decision to use force or who to kill or target is that they can never be able to understand the value of human life. That is a value judgment that only humans can understand.
You know, every human being is worthy of dignity, and every human being should be considered to be equally valuable.
Delegating decision-making on such important thing in life and death is morally unacceptable, is ethically unacceptable. And more than that, it's not necessary.
Where things are high stakes, where things require kind of judgment and ability to process context, where they require a sort of a sense of humanity. I mean, those are the decisions that need to stay with human beings.
Of course not. I don't think so. Always have supervision on human beings.
I don't see any situation where this is beneficial. I can see situations where it might be abused.
I don't know, like a life being decided by a machine just sounds absurd.
Yeah.
Like,
No. Something could go wrong.
1,000,000,000% no.
No.
No, I don't see any reason for that ever being the case.
I'd say no to this. I still think it should be the human who decides if you live or die, not a machine.
Good afternoon, good evening. Like you're all falling asleep. It's the movies, I know. And usually after the movies, everybody rush out of the door and go home. What's wrong with you all today? Or what's right with you all today? This is a sign that today was quite engaging. So I would like to thank, first of all the presenters today, and also you for your active participation. Well, not so active participation, but it's getting there. So, but I'd like to thank you for being here today. So we have some light refreshment, you know, after you attend the movies, you still stroll around, and so we have some light refreshments at the back. So kindly enjoy or whet your appetite today. So thank you so much. I also want to thank the AV teams. They are doing a fantastic job. Apart from Dr. who spoiled their work. Yes, but they are doing a fantastic job, the AV team. And I also want to thank the staff at the back, which is outside. So outside, sometimes most often, the persons that are most invisible are the persons that are holding a conference together. So I'd like to thank them tremendously also. So without further ado, thank you again. Tomorrow we'll start promptly at 9 o'clock. For tomorrow's session, you have received the next version of the declaration, I think version 4. It was sent to you about an hour ago. Please, if you have any additional language, kindly send it to me by 3 a.m. on Wednesday, that's tomorrow morning. So I could include, so we will not have much work to do in terms of the formal consultation, because most persons or most delegates have said they're really happy with the declaration. And we only have 1 hour in terms of the formal declaration to get some consensus in terms of moving forward with the declaration. I also encourage each and every state to have some written statements tomorrow, because I will be calling you state by state, and I will not move on until you say something. Okay, I will take some autocratic rules today. I won't be that nice guy on the stage anymore. Okay, so thank you and have a blessed and pleasant day. Enjoy the refreshment. If you have to go with your doggy bag, go with your doggy bag. Thank you very much.